Chapter 1213. A piece of trash, worthy of being called a paragon. Looking at Lung Xing, who was stepped on by Xiao He like a dead dog, the entire ninth floor of the virtuous gathering tower suddenly fell silent. Many people were dumbfounded by this. That was the direct disciple of the Bright Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Lung Xing. He had comprehended 7 sword intents at such a young age. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a genius in the sword Tao. He was completely different from the 3 people who Fei had defeated earlier. However, not only was his Tao sword shattered by Xiao He with his bare hands, he was even stepped on the ground with a single foot. Seeing this scene, Lin Lan was stunned. Lin Yi covered her mouth with her hand, and the smile on Wei Zheng's face, who was silently watching the show, froze. "Ah!" Lung Xing shouted. His face was pressed tightly against the ground, and the force almost caused his face to deform. He had been a young genius of the Bright Sword Pavilion since he was young. His father was proud of him. He was regarded as an idol by his fellow disciples, and he was respected by his peers. But now, in front of so many paragons, he was trampled on the ground like a dead dog. How could this not infuriate him? Ah! He went crazy. His peak martial king cultivation erupted, and terrifying sword qi surged out of his body. It was like a dense mass of flying swords that slashed at Xiao He. Trash still dares to struggle. Xiao He's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand to neutralize the former's fierce attack, and then increased the strength of his foot. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Lung Xing was directly stomped deep into the ground by his foot. In an instant, scarlet blood filled the room. One could vaguely see that Lung Xing had already been trampled into a pile of rotten flesh. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. The direct disciple of the Bright Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, the peerless paragon of the Bright Sword Pavilion, had actually been trampled to death. Even his soul was not preserved in time. No one spoke. Only their eyes were twitching, as if they were digesting this shock. Hu Fei vomited blood and laughed maniacally. It was obvious that he already knew Xiao He's strength. However, killing a cold star was as easy as crushing an ant for Xiao He, who could fight a patriarch. Hu Lei's face was filled with shock. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Yi Chen and Xiao He. Initially, he thought that Yi Chen and Xiao He's master and servant were not that powerful. He was even prepared to watch a good show. However, the scene in front of him scared him out of his wits. Lung Xing's strength was not lower than his. The former had been trampled to death with a single foot. The 2 sisters, Lin Lan and Lin Yi, had long been speechless. They seemed to be shocked by this scene and fell into a battle. Who else is unconvinced? Yi Chen glanced through the crowd. No one spoke. When he swept his gaze over, many people subconsciously lowered their heads. The eyes of Feng Wu, who was known as one of the 3 heroes of the giant demon sect, shone brightly, but in the end he didn't dare to make a move. Ao Xing, the true disciple of the Boundless sect, was vaguely emitting a battle intent. He didn't dare to make a move. The pupils of Yin Sihai, the successor of Floating Island, contracted violently. In the end, he chose to remain silent. This was because Xiao He was just a servant and he had already trampled Lung Xing to death. How powerful was Yi Chen's master? No one dared to gamble. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Black couldn't help but sneer. All the prodigies bow their heads when they see me. Is this your so-called pride? Let's go! Yi Chen shook his head calmly. Initially, he wanted to use the so-called Mountain River Banquet to find out more about Wushuang. Who would have thought that he would be so disappointed? All right, Xiao He grinned and restrained his aura. He returned to the appearance of a simple and honest young man. He walked over to help Hu Fei up and was about to follow. No one dared to stop him. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly shouted, "Wait!" However, Wei Zheng, who had been silent all this while, stood out. He stared at Yi Chen and the other too coldly. You killed a disciple of the Bright Sword Pavilion. The Bright Sword Pavilion won't let you off. Yi Chen looked straight at him. Are you going to avenge him? Xiao He immediately took a step forward. Wei Zhang was shocked when he saw that. Then he took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen and the other 2 left slowly. The people present were speechless. Looking at Yi Chen's retreating back, Lin Lan's expression was extremely complicated. Does he really know Senior Sister Mu? Initially, when she saw that Yi Chen was not breathing at all and said that he knew Mu Kaiwei, she thought that the former was a toad lusting after swan meat. However, tonight's experience proved that she was wrong. This ordinary young man had a servant who killed geniuses without batting an eyelid. Brother Wei, you're the host after all. You were the one who initiated tonight's banquet. A genius flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, now that Brother Lung is dead, are you just going to sit back and watch the murderer leave? Wei Zheng narrowed his eyes and sneered, everyone don't worry. As long as this person is still in Liberty City, he will definitely pay the price. At this point, a cold glint surged in his eyes. Don't forget that Lung Xing's sworn brother, Lung Xianyuan, is in the top 10 of the Mountain River leaderboard. As soon as these words came out, everyone was moved. Hu Lei, who was still in a state of shock, also smiled. Other than Mu Kaiwei, the future saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Land, the top 10 of the Mountain River leaderboard were all martial saints. Outside the virtuous gathering tower, Hu Fei rejected Xiao Hei's support and said guiltily, my lord, I've embarrassed you tonight. He knew very well that he was no match for Lung Xing at his peak. However, the latter had been trampled to death by Xiao Hei. The difference was not small. It's fine. Yi Chen smiled lightly. I value your character more. You've passed my test tonight. You can follow me in the future. Thank you, my lord. Hu Fei's body trembled when he heard that, and he knelt heavily on the ground. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. He knew very well what Yi Chen's words meant. It meant that from now on, Hu Fei's life would undergo a tremendous change. These are healing medicinal pills. Yi Chen flicked his finger and 2 bottles of medicinal pills landed in his hand. One of them can help you regrow your severed arm, and the other can heal your internal injuries. Late at night, a purple figure descended from the peak of Violet Lotus Peak in the Jade Lake Sacred Land. Congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation, Peak Master. All the disciples of the Violet Lotus Peak who had rushed over knelt down on one knee. Their voices shook the entire Violet Lotus Peak. In front of them stood a lady in white. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, elegant and peerless. It was Elder Zilian, the Peak Master of the Violet Lotus Peak in the Jade Lake Sacred Land. She was one of the few 9 Revolution Martial Saints in the entire Jade Lake Sacred Land. She stood there, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. Her fairy-like skin and jade-like face were as beautiful as the most exquisite amber. It was hard to imagine that an almighty who had lived for thousands of years was actually like a young girl in the prime of her youth. Elder Zi Lian lowered her gaze and quietly sized up the crowd. A few seconds later, she said coldly, where are Lanner and Yi? Why didn't I see them? A disciple stepped forward and said, respectfully, reporting to Peak Master, Junior Sister Lin, and the others have gone to participate in the Mountain River Banquet. End of this chapter. Chapter 1214. Mountain River Banquet? Peak Master Violet Lotus seemed to have come to a realization. Master. At this moment, Lin Lan walked over quickly with Lin Yi. She knelt down respectfully and said excitedly, Master, did you guys succeed? Hearing this, the Peak Master of the Violet Lotus Peak revealed a smile on his cold face. That's right. The 4 of us Peak Masters will join hands to perform the Enlightenment Technique. If nothing goes wrong, Kaiwei will be able to break through during the Jade Lake meeting tomorrow. Congratulations, Senior Sister Mu. In an instant, Violet Lotus Peak was filled with cheers. Although they had entered the sect earlier than Mu Kaiwei had been accepted by Violet Lotus Peak's Zhu sect. In terms of seniority, she was qualified to be the senior sister. Inside Peak Master Violet Lotus's cave abode, Peak Master Violet Lotus's gaze swept across Linlon and her sister. Then she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You guys didn't slack off during my closed-door cultivation. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and frowned. I saw Elder Zhou and the others were injured just now. Did something happen? Master. Linlan's heart sank and she hurriedly said, Just 2 hours ago, a mysterious powerhouse barged into our Jade Lake sacred land. After she told him everything that had happened, Lin Fan's eyes widened. There's such a thing? Peak Master Violet Lotus's expression changed. Even Senior Jiu was no match for that person. Could he be an Emperor's throne powerhouse? She was very clear about the strength of the sacred mountain guardian beast, the 9-Eagle Phoenix. In terms of cultivation attainments in the Jade Lake sacred land's inheritance, even the Holy Master could not compare to it. However, she could not make that mysterious powerhouse stay. Thinking to this point, she nodded slightly and looked at Linlon and her sister. How's the mountain river banquet going? Have you taken a fancy to any paragon? Do you need me to matchmake you? There were many women in the Jade Lake sacred land, other than the saintesses who could not marry. There were not many restrictions on the other female disciples. Linlan's pretty face heated up. Yi Chen's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She bit her lip and said, Master, I met someone this time. This person seems to be Senior Sister Mu's old friend. As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Violet Lotus's expression immediately darkened. Shut up. Remember, Kaiwei has nothing to do with the secular world ever since she entered Jade Lake. How could she have an old friend? This disciple understands. Linlon immediately felt the pressure increase. She stammered, but this person seems to have a special relationship with Sister Mu Qi. Moreover, he is in Liberty City right now. It seems that he wants to meet Sister Mu Qi through the Jade Lake Grand Meeting. A man? The Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak had a cold look in his eyes. He immediately guessed what was going on and said coldly, Bring him here right now. Yi Chun returned to his residence. Just when he was planning to sit cross-legged and cultivate until dawn, Hu Fei brought someone in. It was Linlon. Linlon had a complicated expression as she said, The Peak Master of the Purple Lotus Peak of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. My master wants to see you. She was afraid that Yi Chin would reject her, so she added, Senior Sister Mu is the Holy Leader's disciple, but the Peak Master will teach her. She's like half a master to Senior Sister Mu. Chapter 1224, Inch Peak Master of Violet Lotus? Yi Chin frowned. He wanted to reject her, but he nodded after thinking about it. Bring me there. Although he had come to look for his daughter this time, he also wanted to understand Mu Tsaiwei's situation. Since the Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak had a close relationship with Mu Kaiwei, he could meet her. After that, Linlon led Yi Chin into the Jade Lake sacred ground. After Yi Chen's ruckus earlier, the Jade Lake sacred ground had strengthened its defense. However, because he was the Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak, he could follow Linlon into the Jade Lake sacred ground openly. However, when he passed by the Jade Lake sacred grounds gate, Yi Chin realized that the stone statue that was transformed from the 9-carving phoenix, the holy mountain guardian beast, had disappeared. He could not help but smile. I heard that the Jade Lake sacred ground has a holy mountain guardian beast. Why is it nowhere to be seen? Master Jiu is recuperating at the Jade Lake, Linlon blurted out subconsciously. Then she realized that she had said something wrong and immediately glared at him. Why are you asking so much? Jade Lake. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Lin Lan stopped in her tracks, as if she had thought of something. She turned around and looked at him. When you see my master later, remember not to refute her no matter what she says. Why? Yi Qin smiled lightly. Lin Lan gritted her teeth and glared at him. My master has a fiery temper. She can't stand a single grain of sand in her eyes. If you have a conflict with her, it'll only bring you harm. Even I can't save you. Does that mean your master is a tigress? Yi Qin forced a smile. You. Lin Lan was speechless. In a cave abode that had been opened up on Violet Lotus Peak, the space was about the size of a basketball court. However, the layout was extremely simple. There was a stone table, a few stone stools, and a Chinese redbud tree that stood in the wind. It added a lot of vitality to the place. At the wall, there was a purple figure standing facing the wall, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Master, he's here. Lin Lan quickly walked forward and said, respectfully, the Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak said without turning his head, leave. Don't let anyone in without my permission. Lin Lan hesitated for a moment, but she did not dare to disobey. When she passed by Yi Qin, she could not help but give him a look, as if reminding him not to forget what she had said earlier. As the door of the cave abode closed, the Peak Master turned around slowly and looked at Yi Qin emotionlessly. If one looked closely, they would notice that there was a red gleam flickering in the depths of her eyes. It was the ocular technique that she cultivated. If someone with a low cultivation base were to look into her eyes, their mind would instantly fall into it. Then they would show all sorts of ugly expressions or sink into terrifying illusions. However, Yi Qin frowned and said with a calm expression, Peak Master Violet Lotus, is this how you treat your guests? The other party was actually showing off her ocular technique in front of him, who possessed the golden, pupil-fiery eyes. If not for Mu Kaiwei, Yi Qin would have made her suffer a backlash earlier. Seeing that he was fine, the Peak Master could not help but be surprised. Then she said coldly, sit. Yi Qin sat down with a calm expression. Your name is Yi Qin, right? The Peak Master spoke again. Kaiwei told me about you. She said that you broke through from the Martial Emperor stage to the Martial Saint stage in less than a year. You even survived the joint attack of several Martial Saints. You're so young, yet you have such a cultivation speed. I believe you must have had some fortuitous encounters. It's just something that's in the past. Yi Qin said neither humbly nor arrogantly. I've heard about everything you've done for Kaiwei from her. The Peak Master's gaze softened as he said, the Jade Lake's sacred land will naturally remember this favor and will make it up to you on Kaiwei's behalf. End of this chapter. Chapter 1215. Peak Master Violet Lotus, you're being too serious. Yi Qin shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Ms. Mu and I are friends. Since we're friends, how can I ask for anything in return for what I've done? Peak Master Violet Lotus's gaze darkened slightly. Young man, I admit that you have some talent. Your talent is even enough to enter the Mountain River list. All the geniuses at the Mountain River banquet tonight will be overshadowed by you. However, in my eyes, it doesn't count for much. The difference between you and Kaiwei is like the difference between cloud and mud. Kaiwei has been in the sect for less than a month, and she has already leaped from martial ancestor to martial king. If nothing goes wrong, she will step into martial saint tomorrow. She has been accepted as a direct disciple by the sacred leader, and has even been designated as the future saintess of the Jade Lake sacred land. In the future, she will definitely be peerless, and it is very likely that she will step into the legendary emperor's throne stage. At this point, she fixed her gaze on Yi Qin. What are you trying to say? Yi Qin chuckled softly. Do you think that I have ulterior motives toward Ms. Mu? That I'm a toad lusting after a swan? Isn't that so? Peak Master Violet Lotus sneered. Young man, I've seen many people like you. It's just that Kaiwei is about to become the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Land, and you want to force her to repay your kindness. I can understand, she said to herself. I can give you anything you want, such as cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, pills, elemental stones. With that, she waved her sleeve, and the entire cave abode immediately shone with treasure light. There seemed to be high-grade spirit weapons, precious raw stones, supreme-grade medicinal pills, high-grade cultivation methods. Any one of them was enough to make ordinary people jealous. Any one of them was something that ordinary people would never be able to obtain in their entire lives. Peak Master Violet Lotus stared at Yi Chen, trying to see a trace of interest in his eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Chen seemed to have not seen it. His expression was still as calm as water. I heard from Lan, or that your servant killed the direct disciple of the Bright Sword Pavilion's pavilion master at the Mountain River Banquet, right? I can write a letter to old man Yi Jian about this, and ask him to only kill your servant for my sake. He won't vent his anger on you. Peak Master Violet Lotus frowned. Enough! Yi Chen interrupted her. Peak Master Violet Lotus, if I'm not mistaken, what you said is your own wishful thinking. It has nothing to do with Ms. Mu, right? The Violet Lotus Peak Master snorted coldly. If Kaiwei knew of my painstaking efforts, she would also agree. Don't worry, I'm only here to meet an old friend and ask some questions. I won't pester young Miss Mu, Yi Chen said with a mocking smile. So, please put away your high and mighty attitude. In my eyes, your Jade Lake Holy Land is nothing. Hee hee. Violet Lotus Peak Master was so angry that he laughed. My Jade Lake Sacred Land is nothing in your eyes? You're really boasting shamelessly. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground is the most ancient sacred ground in the ancient barren world. We have deep roots and are the overlord of the North region. Our Jade Lake Sacred Land is overseen by an Emperor's Throne powerhouse. There are 108 peaks, and every peak master is a martial saint. One stomp from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is enough to shake the entire ancient barren world. At this point, her eyes were filled with majesty. Now you're telling me it's nothing? So what? Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said with a disdainful smile, To me, it's just something that can be destroyed with a single strike. Impudent! The Violet Lotus Peak's Peak Master was enraged. A monstrous pressure exploded and surged toward Yi Chen in an overwhelming manner. Rumble, the space in the entire cave abode shook. When have I, Yi Chen, ever been controlled by anyone who wants to see me? You can't stop me, and the Jade Lake Sacred Land can't stop me either. Yi Chen laughed out loud. His body was like a pine tree that stood firmly on the cliff. He did not move at all. Rumble! At that moment, the stone door of the cave abode was opened. Lin Lan walked in quickly and stood in front of Yi Chen while trembling in fear. Master, calm down. Master, calm down. She had been guarding outside, feeling uneasy. Now that she heard the commotion, she could not help but rush in. She was afraid that her master would attack Yi Chen in a fit of anger. When Mu Kaiwei came out of closed-door cultivation and found out, she would definitely be sad. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you listen or not. If I find out that you've affected Kaiwei, I'll definitely kill you. The Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak flung his sleeve. Send the guest away. Let's go, let's go. Lin Lan felt as if she had been pardoned. She grabbed the corner of Yi Chen's shirt and walked out immediately, afraid to stay for another second. After walking out, Lin Lan looked at Yi Chen and stomped her feet. I told you not to get into conflict with my master. Why did you do that? Thank you, Ms. Lin, for what happened today. I've seen what kind of people from the Jade Lake Sacred Land are. If Mu Kaiwei comes out of closed-door cultivation, please pass on the message. Yi Chen smiled lightly and left with his hands behind his back after saying that. After walking out of the Jade Lake Sacred Land, A cold gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he looked at the colossus in the eyes of outsiders. Mukai Wei will come out of closed door cultivation tomorrow. She'll know where her daughter is then. Jade Lake Sacred Land, you better ensure that my daughter is safe and sound. Otherwise, I'll make your Jade Lake bleed. He turned around and walked down the mountain step by step. On the way, he stopped and raised his head to look at the void. Since you're here, show yourself. Looks like you're in a bad mood. A laugh suddenly came from the originally quiet void. Then, a black figure slowly appeared in the distorted void. It was a man wearing a black dragon robe and a flat crown. The man had his hands behind his back, and his emperor's might was like a prison. His eyes seemed to be indifferent to life and death, without any emotion. It was Ying. Yi Chen was not surprised at all. What are you doing here? Ying stood with his hands behind his back. A long-lost smile flashed through the depths of his cold eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. If I say I'll help you, will you believe me? Help me? Yi Chen mocked. Of course. Ying looked at him and smiled lightly. If you're willing, I can help you destroy the Jade Lake Sacred Land. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader is a dark rat hiding underground. She's no match for me. Not only that, I know about the grudge between you and the Emperor of Great Yin, Di Xuanqing. I can help you kill Di Xuanqing. You're so kind. Yi Chen smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a favor to ask of me this time. He knew Ying's personality very well. How could the evil body of an ancient emperor be like an ordinary person? It's refreshing to talk to smart people. Ying did not deny it. Instead, he looked at him in admiration and said word by word, I want you to help me get my avatar back. P.S. 5 chapters in 2 days in a row. I can't take it anymore. I'll guarantee 3 chapters today. I'll strive for more in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 1216. Help you get your Dharmakaya back? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Ying. He said, You still haven't gotten your avatar back? Back when he was on Earth, he already knew that the first emperor had cultivated the I-Chi turning Sanqing technique and had separated the jade body, the evil body, and the Dharmakaya. However, it had failed after being suppressed by the 9 schools. Among them, the jade body died and was buried in the mausoleum of Mount Li. The evil body that was in the form of a zombie was suppressed in the Kunlun ruins of Shang Santian. No, Ying smiled indifferently. The reason why I started the 100 Empires War and played this game of chess is to take back my Dharmakaya. Where's your Dharma body? Yi Chen asked. I can't tell you that yet. Ying took a deep breath and went straight to the point. If you are willing to help me, I have a 70% chance of getting my Dharma body back. Then, I will be able to unify the ancient barren world. Why should I help you? Yi Chen chuckled softly and said, unmoved, You said that you would help me flatten the Jade Lake Holy Land and kill Di Xianling. In reality, you're wrong. Was I wrong? Ying's face darkened. Even without you, I still wouldn't take a mere Jade Lake sacred ground and the great Yin imperial dynasty seriously with my own strength. Yi Chen said coldly, Since that's the case, why should I cause trouble for you? As his voice fell, the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly cooled down, faintly filled with killing intent. Ying Jingjing looked at Yi Chen. Her black dragon robe fluttered even though there was no wind. There was a faint, murderous aura in her eyes. What, you want to fight me? Yi Chen's gaze turned cold gradually. He said with a scoff, I heard that you've stirred up waves in Middle Prefecture. I'd like to experience it for myself. Ha ha ha. Ying suddenly burst into laughter, faintly causing the wind and clouds to roll. Fine, since you're unwilling to cooperate with me, I won't force you. But the next time we meet, you and I can only be enemies. For the sake of our acquaintance, I can tell you a piece of news. The ghost ship you've been looking for is in the Forbidden Ocean. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. The ghost ship is in the Forbidden Ocean. There was finally a slight change in Yi Chen's expressionless face. He then shouted coldly, "Where's the Forbidden Ocean?" However, there was no longer any sound in the void. "The Forbidden Sea." Yi Chen repeated it over and over again. Without any hesitation, he teleported toward Liberty City. In the residence of the Hu family, Yi Chen called Hu Fei over through divine consciousness voice transmission. He looked directly at the latter and said, "Have you heard of the Forbidden Ocean?" Hearing this, Hu Fei's expression changed, as if he had heard something terrifying. "What? The Forbidden Sea? What kind of place is the Taboo Sea?" Little Black was at a loss. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed upon seeing Hu Fei's intense reaction. "It seems like you know this place." Hu Fei hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "High Lord, the Forbidden Ocean is only a legendary existence. It is said that it exists somewhere above the sea. Where exactly is it?" Yi Chen frowned. Hu Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. His complexion was slightly pale as he said, "No one knows. It is said that the Taboo Sea can move. It can move. That's not all." He took a deep breath in, as if he did not dare to mention it. "Rumor has it that anyone who has seen the Taboo Sea is dead. Even Emperor's throne powerhouses do not dare to step foot in it. The so-called Taboo Sea is something that cannot be mentioned. It is an existence that must be forgotten. It can move." Yi Chen's frown deepened when he heard that. Since no one had seen the Taboo Sea, how did he know about it? Moreover, he was very certain that the ghost ship was in the Taboo Sea. Hu Fei stood aside. He wanted to ask Yi Chen why he was curious about the Taboo Sea, but he did not dare to ask. "Seems like he knows a lot." Yi Chen lifted his head to look at Little Black as he thought to this point. "Little Black, follow me to the great Qin dynasty." "All right." Little Black nodded. He did not ask why he suddenly made this decision. Instead, he hesitated and said, "Master, what about the Jade Lake Convention?" "It's fine." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "If you fly at full speed, it won't take you half a day to go back and forth. You'll be back before noon tomorrow." After saying that, he turned to Hu Fei and said, "As for you, you don't have to follow me. Stay behind and participate in the Jade Lake Convention. Once the so-called future saintess of the Jade Lake sacred land comes out of closed-door cultivation, contact me immediately." "All right." Hu Fei agreed immediately. Yi Chen did not hesitate anymore and left the door in a hurry with Little Black. Little Black flew into the sky and revealed his true form. He carried Yi Chen and headed straight for the great Qin dynasty. "My lord," Hu Fei watched the two of them leave. He felt a little uneasy. He really did not understand Yi Chen's sudden decision. He was not in the mood to rest anymore. He returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. He silently looked forward to the Jade Lake Convention and Yi Chen's early return. The next morning, the Jade Lake Convention that everyone had been waiting for was about to begin. Everyone who had arrived in Liberty City and been waiting for it was looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the Jade Lake sacred land had already started preparing. Right at this moment, a shocking sword gleam tore through the void and descended in front of the Jade Lake sacred land. Then an old voice sounded. "I'm the pavilion master of the bright sword pavilion. I have something to discuss with the peak master of Purple Sword Peak." Elder Yi Jian, the disciple guarding the mountain, was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and responded respectfully. He immediately sent someone to report to Purple Sword Peak. Not long after, a slightly hunched old man in linen clothes flew out from the Jade Lake sacred land on his sword. "So it's fellow Yi Jian from the Bright Sword Pavilion. The convention will be held at noon. Aren't you a little impatient?" "Fellow Purple Sword, I'm not here to participate in your Jade Lake Convention." Elder Yi Jian snorted coldly and said coldly, "I've been in closed-door cultivation for many days. The moment I came out, I found out that my disciple, Lungxing, died in your Jade Lake sacred land. Do you want to give me an explanation? Something like that actually happened. Elder Yi Jian was shocked. Then he cupped his fists. Fellow Yi Jian, please give me the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I'll definitely investigate this thoroughly. With that, his figure disappeared on the spot with a flash. In less than 10 minutes, he reappeared with a young man beside him. Senior Yi Jian. Wei Zheng lowered his head, not daring to look into Elder Yi Jian's eyes. He said uneasily, Brother Leng's death has nothing to do with my Jade Lake sacred land. He was killed by someone who attended the mountain and river banquet last night. Buzz, the sound of tens of thousands of swords resonated in the world. Who killed him? Elder Yi Jian's face twitched. This person's name is Yi Qin. He's from the Tianfeng Sea area and knows the Hu family. I can personally take Senior to the Hu family's temporary residence. Wei Zheng did not dare to hide anything. Take me there. Elder Yi Jian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly carried Wei Zheng towards Liberty City. End of this chapter. Chapter 1217. Carefree City, Hu residence. In the hall, Patriarch Hu Baimei gathered everyone and instructed them in advance. I'll lead the team for the Jade Lake meeting this time. The elders Hu Fei, Hu Lei, and Hu Rui will be going. The rest of you stay here. Yes. Hu Fei and the rest immediately nodded. Hu Lei, who was behind him, looked at his back and searched for Yi Chen and the rest in the crowd. His eyes flickered thoughtfully. Boom! Right at this moment, the building where the Hu residence was shook and collapsed violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. What happened? This sudden scene caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Oh no! Hu Baimei's gaze focused. With a wave of his hand, he directly carried everyone out of the collapsing building. Rumble! The moment they left, the entire building, which was dozens of floors high, collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins in an instant. What exactly happened? After Hu Baimei placed everyone on the ground, he looked back at the ruins behind him with an ugly expression. Suddenly, a large hand reached towards them from the sky. It was like a cloud that covered everything. Back off! Hu Baimei's expression changed abruptly. He directly pushed everyone away and took a step forward, taking the initiative to meet the large hand. You're just a mere 6th Revolution Martial Saint, yet you want to fly out of this old man's grasp? Following a cold laugh, the large hand accurately grabbed the Hu family's patriarch, Hu Baimei. In the next moment, old man Yi Jian and Wei Zheng appeared in the air. Patriarch, Hu Fei and the rest were shocked. They could not believe what had happened before their eyes. The patriarch was actually being held by someone. I'm the patriarch of Xuanzhou's Hu family. Hu Baimei, who was trapped by the Five Fingers, was horrified. She said in a humiliated and powerless manner, Who exactly are you? Why did you attack us? Hu family? Looks like I didn't find the wrong person. Old man Yi Jian smirked coldly, then narrowed his eyes and sized up the Hu family members on the ground. I'll give you a chance for killing my disciple. Who's Hu Fei? Who's Yi Chen? Stand out immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Hu clan were instantly stunned. Then they looked at Hu Fei in unison, their eyes filled with doubt and suspicion. Hu Fei's face instantly turned pale. He recognized it. The elder who had captured the clan leader was definitely the pavilion master of the Bright Sword Pavilion, Elder Yi Jian. It was obvious that he was here to avenge Ling Xingchen. Hu Baimei, on the other hand, was shocked. Old man Yi Jian, you are Elder Yi Jian of the Bright Sword Pavilion. Senior, my Hu clan has never killed your disciple. The old man from the Yi Jian Pavilion was a 9 Revolution martial saint, an existence on the same level as her Hu clan ancestor. This time around, the Hu clan ancestor did not come along. So how could she be a match for the old man from the Yi Jian Pavilion? Senior, at this moment, Hu Lei, who was on the ground, suddenly stood up and pointed at Hu Fei. He's Hu Fei. The Yi Chen you're talking about is the one whom Hu Fei calls his supremacy. Last night at the mountain river banquet, I can prove that Brother Lung was killed by Yi Chen's servant. What? Hu Bai Mei was extremely agitated. She did not know what happened last night. Only Hu Fei and Hu Lei knew. Naturally, Hu Fei would not say anything. Meanwhile, Hu Lei did not dare to say anything because he was afraid of Yi Chen. Old man Yi Jian could not help but look at Wei Zheng, who was next to him. The latter nodded repeatedly. Senior, he's right. Senior, you're late. Hu Lei said again. Yi and his servant disappeared a long time ago. I suspect that they took the opportunity to escape. They escaped? Old man Yi Jian's gaze turned cold. Then he reached out and grabbed Hu Fei. Tell me, where did the person who killed my disciple go? Hu Fei pursed his lips and did not say a word. You have some guts. Very good. Old man Yi Jian snorted coldly and swept his sleeve. Under Hu Fei and Hu Bai Mei's furious gazes, the bodies of the dozen or so Hu family members on the ground exploded at the same time, turning into blood foam. Bang, bang, bang. Hu Lei's expression changed abruptly. Senior, don't kill me. I've identified Hu Fei for you. Before he could finish speaking, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated with the wind. No. Hu Bai Mei and Hu Fei roared in unison. That was a member of their Hu family. There were 3 martial saint elders among them, and the rest were all geniuses of the clan. However, they were dead now. Why, you're so ruthless. Hu Bai Mei's face was extremely pale. My Hu family's patriarch won't let you off. Your Yi Jian pavilion will definitely suffer revenge for my Hu family. Hu family's patriarch? Old man Yi Jian smiled disdainfully. He's just someone who's about to die and has half a foot in the coffin. If he's here, I'll still kill him. My lord won't let you off. Hu Fei's heart ached. Suddenly he grinned, his gaze incomparably resentful. I guarantee that you'll die a miserable death, a very, very miserable death. Based on what you said, I'll spare your lives for now. You better hope that your so-called lord will come and save you. Old man Yi Jian grinned ferociously before grabbing the 2 of them and charging towards the Jade Lake sacred land, the southern border of Zhongzhou, the Great Qin dynasty. At the heavily guarded gate of the Great Qin Kingdom's capital, Yi Chen and Xiaohe looked at the city that was like a giant steel beast. Yi Chen said calmly, I'd like to see the Great Qin Kingdom's emperor. Please inform him. How dare you? One of the guards who rushed over after hearing the news shouted coldly. Do you think you can see the Great Qin Emperor just because you want to? Since that's the case, let's do it. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and took a step forward. Endless pressure enveloped the city, and the black mass of guards immediately knelt on the ground. Break! Yi Chen used the Great 5 elemental restriction breaking tactic to forcefully break the protective formation and charged out of the Great Qin dynasty with Xiaohe. Stop them! Anyone who trespasses the Great Qin dynasty will die. The overwhelming army and powerhouses charged at the 2 of them fearlessly, like a swarm of bees. Don't force me to kill. Yi Chen suppressed the people who were charging at him to the ground. Subsequently, his thunderous voice shook the Great Qin dynasty's capital. All of you stop. Right at this moment, a dignified voice came from behind the crowd. Those who were planning to charge forward immediately stopped in their tracks and knelt down in unison. As the crowd dispersed, a man in dazzling black armor slowly walked out. The black armor on the man's body was like a ball of black flames, cold and terrifying. It was Qin Jian, who was under Ying's command in the past. His aura was even more terrifying than before. Mad Southerny, long time no see. Qin Jian looked at Yi Chen expressionlessly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, The emperor isn't in the capital. How can I believe you? Yi Chen's gaze was cold. I know very well that I'm not your match, and the army in the city can't stop you either. That's why I came out to stop everything." Qin Jian said calmly, "If you don't believe me, you can search the city yourself." "Where did he go?" Xiao He asked. "I don't know either." Qin Jian shook his head and said, "The emperor hasn't returned since he left the capital with Meng Tian and the rest. When will he return?" An undetectable gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. It seemed like Ying did not return to the great Qin dynasty after parting ways with him. Qin Jian said, "I don't know either." Xiao He glared at Qin Jian coldly and looked at Yi Chen. "Master, what do we do now?" "Let's go back." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said, "Since he's unwilling to see me, it's not a solution to keep waiting." End of this chapter. Chapter 12:18. North of the Central Plains, Jade Lake, Sacred Ground. It was close to noon, and the much-anticipated Jade Lake Grand Gathering finally began. As the heaven-shaking bell rang, the various forces arrived in an orderly manner. North of the Central Plains, the Grand Elder of the Lan State's Martial Spiritual House is here with his disciples to congratulate the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. He presents 3 supreme herbs. South of the Central Plains, Long Shuzi of the Long Su Grotto Heaven is here with his immortal herb and Grotto Heaven's spiritual treasure. East of the Central Plains, the Vice Headmaster of the Heaven School is here with his disciple to wish the Jade Lake longevity and the sacred leader. Many tall platforms stood on a specially designated guest peak. As the various forces arrived, the higher-ups and disciples of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground who witnessed everything were filled with pride and satisfaction. The Jade Lake Grand Gathering alone was enough to stir up the entire ancient barren world. Those present were either the higher-ups of the various sects, the designated successors, or the unparalleled prodigies. How could they not be proud? This was the honor of being a disciple of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. On the violet lotus peak, the peak master faced the guest peak. Her eyes seemed to pierce through space. It's been a long time since the Jade Lake Sacred Ground has been so lively. Kai Wei is finally here. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at the violet lotus peak. There, she could faintly feel an aura rapidly rising. She couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. "Master, master!" At this moment, a hurried voice came from afar, and then Linlan, who was dressed in a palace dress, walked in quickly. The peak master was displeased. "Why are you panicking? Where is your manners?" "Master." Linlan knelt on one knee and said anxiously, "I just heard that the leader of the Bright Sword Pavilion came to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and even captured the Hu family. I already know about this," the peak master said indifferently. Linlan's lips moved slightly. "Master, can you plead for Elder Yi Jian? The Hu family is innocent after all. Plus, he killed many of them. Why should I plead for them?" The peak master's expression was cold. "It's funny now that you mention it. That brat boasted shamelessly to me last night. Who would have thought that he would take the opportunity to escape in the middle of the night? It turns out that I didn't misjudge you." Linlan could not help but smile bitterly when she heard that. She secretly shook her head. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, you've disappointed me. It seems like Master was right. You're really not worthy of senior Sister Mu. To think that I even..." As time passed, more and more guests arrived at the Jade Lake Holy Grounds guest reception peak. The further it went, the more terrifying the forces that arrived became. "The great Yin Imperial Dynasty's Prince Yan Chao has arrived!" As the MC's voice suddenly became louder, the entire guest peak fell into silence. Before everyone's eyes, a man wrapped in golden light slowly walked over. Under the light, many people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The great Yin Imperial Dynasty was a terrifying existence that was in no way inferior to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It was overseen by Di Xianxiang, an emperor's throne realm elite. And the great Yin Emperor Dynasty had a total of 9 princes, and the Yin Jiaoyang in front of him was ranked 3rd. and was one of the most competitive candidates for the imperial power, and was even in the top 10 of the Mountain River list. As the laughter faded, a sword light streaked across the sky. Prince Yangjiang's arrival has brought light to our Jade Lake sacred ground. In the next moment, a slightly hunched old man in linen clothes with a long sword on his back welcomed Yin Jiaoyang. Purple sword, peak master. Someone said it out loud, immediately causing many people present to be excited. The purple sword, peak master, had personally appeared to welcome Yin Jiaoyang. Senior Purple Sword, you're too kind. My father was busy with the war and could not leave, so he ordered me to come. I hope that your sect does not mind. Yin Jiaoyang smiled faintly, giving people a refreshing feeling. Then he sat down under the lead of the purple sword peak master. This person is not bad. The purple lotus peak master nodded lightly. This Yin Jiaoyang is ranked 8th on the Mountain River list at such a young age. His talent is not bad. He is not someone that ye can compare to. Lin Lan looked at Yin Jiaoyang in a daze. She could not help but admire him, and felt a faint sense of defeat. The great Xia Imperial Dynasty's princess Hua Qianren. The great Chu Imperial Dynasty's prince Xianglong. The great Qi Imperial Dynasty's prince Jiang Yichen. The Jixia Academy's Art Academy's dean is here. The MC's voice became louder and louder. Everyone's expression changed again and again. The atmosphere was pushed to the peak. The great Xia Imperial Dynasty's princess, Hua Qianren, Great Chu's prince, Xianglong, Great Qi's prince, Jiang Yichen, sword fanatic Li Qingtan, Dongfang family's monster Dongfang Yi, undefeatable wisdom king Chan Yuxiu. Oh my God, they are all in the top 10 of the Mountain River list. I never thought that they would all be gathered here. Some people almost looked up at the geniuses who were personally received by the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds Peak Masters. They were shocked. Other than Shi Qianhan, who is ranked first, there is also the Bright Light Palace's Holy Maiden, Yan Jiu'er, who is not here, and the future Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds, Mu Kaiwei, who is still in closed-door cultivation. Many of the older generation experts were moved. It can be said that the top 10 geniuses of the Mountain River list are all here. Just as he finished speaking, the MC's voice rang out again, hoarse and sharp. The North Sea Dragon subduing Palace's palace master's direct disciple, Shi Qianhan. With that said, the entire world fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to the entrance of the guest peak. Even the top 10 geniuses of the Mountain River list were no exception. However, their eyes were faintly filled with fighting intent. Under the gazes of everyone, a young man dressed in white floated over. He was alone, like a leaf in the wind, without any imposing manner. However, it was this extremely low-key method that caused the number 1 peak master of the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds, the Violet Lotus Peak, to personally come out to welcome him. Greetings, young master, Shi. The Violet Lotus Peak master bowed to Shi Qianhan politely, then raised his hand and said, "Please follow me to a seat." "Thank you, Violet Lotus Peak master." Shi Qianhan smiled slightly. His handsome face intoxicated countless women present. Even Lin Lan, who was behind the Violet Lotus Peak master, was no exception. She only felt her heart skip a beat. "You know me?" The Violet Lotus Peak master was surprised. Shi Qianhan smiled and said, "Of course. When I was in the sect, I heard foster father mention Peak Master Violet Lotus more than once. Foster father said that Peak Master Violet Lotus is peerless and has the highest chance of stabilizing the Emperor's throne realm. This child, although the Violet Lotus Peak Master's expression did not change, his eyes were still brimming with joy. Your godfather was an existence that our generation chased after. Unfortunately, in the end, he still took that step ahead of us." Everyone's eyes were filled with respect as they looked at Shi Qianhan, who was chatting and laughing with the Violet Lotus Peak master. "This is the number 1 on the Mountain River list, Shi Qianhan. It is said that he was originally the young master of the eastern wasteland ancient Shi family. He came to our central state a month ago and entered the North Sea Dragon subduing palace. That's right. When this person first entered the North Sea Dragon subduing hall, he displayed unparalleled talent and was personally taken in as the hall master's last disciple and adopted son. In less than a month, this child's cultivation had increased greatly, and he started to challenge the top 10 of the Mountain River list, consecutively defeating all the other geniuses, and finally obtained first place. Doesn't that mean that all the geniuses present were defeated by Shi Qianhan? Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Thunderous discussions swept across the entire guest peak. Many of the female disciples of the Jade Lake sacred ground looked at Shi Qianhan as if they were infatuated. Only the top 10 geniuses of the Mountain River list had ugly expressions on their faces. How could they not hear the discussions around them? However, in such an occasion, they could only pretend to be deaf and mute. End of chapter. Chapter 1219. In the end, Shi Qianhan was arranged to sit on the platform that belonged to the top 10 geniuses of the Mountain River list. In front of him were the Great Xia's imperial daughter Hua Qianren, the Great Chu's imperial son Xianglong, the Great Qi's imperial son Jiang Yichen, the sword fanatic Li Qingtan, the Dongfang family's monstrous genius Dongfang Yi, the undefeatable wisdom king Chen Yuxiu, and the other geniuses of the Mountain River list. However, the atmosphere between them was a little strange. They all had gloomy faces and did not speak to each other, causing many people below to keep quiet out of fear. Only Hua Qianren, the empress of the Great Xia dynasty, would glance at Shi Qianhan from time to time. Shi Qianhan looked at her and said indifferently, "Imperial daughter Hua, why are you looking at me?" "I'm thinking." Hua Qianren's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she smiled mischievously. "I'm thinking, when will you marry me?" "Marry you?" Shi Qianhan's face twitched slightly. "That's right." Hua Qianren smiled slyly. "The rule of the Great Xia is that I will marry whoever can defeat me. Since you defeated me before, I should naturally marry you." Shi Qianhan could not help but feel a headache when he heard that, as if this was not the first time this scene had happened. He smiled and said, "Yin Zhaoyang, Chen Yuxiu, and Dongfang Yi are all stronger than you. Why don't you marry them?" "They didn't fight with me." Hua Qianren rolled her eyes, then said with slight disdain, "Besides, they are too ugly. I don't have an appetite." "On the contrary, you are different. Not only are you stronger than them, you are also more handsome. You are suitable to be the son-in-law of the Great Xia." When he said that, the faces of Yin Zhaoyang and the rest twitched a few times, as if they were suppressing their anger. Shi Qianhan. Sword fanatic Li Qingtan looked straight at Shi Qianhan and said indifferently, "After this matter is over, I will challenge you." He was originally the first on the Mountain River list, but with the appearance of Shi Qianhan, he fell from first to second. No one could tolerate it. "Up to you." Shi Qianhan shrugged indifferently and said, "But I advise you, it's not enough to defeat me with your vulgar sword techniques. Go back and train for a few more years." "Unbearably vulgar?" Li Qingtan's expression darkened. He, Li Qingtan, was known as the most outstanding swordsman of the Haotian sword clan. In terms of swordsmanship, he was the best of the younger generation in the ancient barren world. However, in Shi Qianhan's mouth, it became unbearably vulgar. The crown prince of Great Yin, Yin Zhaoyang, sneered and said, "Shi Qianhan, aren't you being too arrogant? Fellow Li is from the Haotian sword clan, the #1 swordsman clan in the ancient barren world. Are you blaspheming the Haotian sword clan?" "I'm telling the truth." Shi Qianhan didn't care. Li Qingtan suppressed his anger and sneered. "So, you've seen someone with excellent swordsmanship?" He was mocking Shi Qianhan. Unexpectedly, Shi Qianhan nodded seriously. "Yes, and there are 2 of them." "I'm all ears." Li Qingtan laughed out of extreme anger. The others couldn't help but look at Shi Qianhan. They knew Li Qingtan's swordsmanship very well. He was known as a rare swordsmanship genius of the Haotian sword clan. There was actually someone whose swordsmanship was even better than his. I once knew someone who was only 17 or 18 years old, but his heart of the sword was already clear. He could grasp any kind of sword will in the world easily. Shi Qianhan looked nostalgic. There was another person who didn't stick to the sword way at all. His understanding of the sword way had already reached the state of understanding everything. Every blade of grass and tree could be used as a sword in his hands. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Li Qingtan. Li Qingtan, you're known as the sword maniac, but you've only comprehended 13 sword wills. The Haotian sword clan has studied swordsmanship for thousands of years, but you're still stuck to ordinary things like iron. That's why I said that your so-called swordsmanship is unbearably vulgar to me. Is there really such a person? This time, even Hua Qianren, the crown princess of the Great Xia, was shocked. The others' pupils constricted and their eyes flickered. I don't believe it. Li Qingtan seemed to have suffered a blow and murmured, I don't believe that there's really such a person unless I meet him. Don't. Shi Qianhan shook his head and smiled. You better pray that you don't meet them. Otherwise, it'll be a misfortune for you, especially the first one I mentioned earlier. You won't even have the chance to draw your sword in front of this person. Have you seen Shi Qianhan? Only such a person can be considered a peerless paragon, and only he's worthy of Kai Wei. On Violet Lotus Peak, the Peak Master looked at Lin Lan with a smile and said, People like Yi are destined to look up to them. Even if they exhaust their entire lives, they won't be able to catch up to even a fraction of them. Got it, Master. Lin Lan said with a flushed face, Senior brother Shi, he's very good. With that, she lowered her head. After seeing her expression, the figure of the young man who boasted shamelessly in front of her last night appeared in her mind. It's a pity that you ran away in advance and didn't make it to the Jade Lake Convention. Otherwise, you'd have completely given up on Kai Wei. She suddenly regretted not keeping Yi Qin here. Meanwhile, on a certain high platform on the guest peak, old man Yi Jian sat with his eyes closed, motionless as if he was in a meditative state. Two people were kneeling in front of him. It was the Hu family's master, Hu Baimei and Hu Fei. Be *starred. Hu Baimei glared at Hu Fei helplessly. You've brought disaster to my Hu family. I warned you not to get close to Yi, but you didn't listen. My lord will definitely come and save me. Hu Fei bit his lips, extremely determined. Silly brat, wake up. Wei Zheng walked over and said with a cold smile, If that Yi brat could come and save you, why would he run away in advance? You don't know how terrifying my lord is. Hu Fei glared at him. It's not just you. Even the entire Jade Lake sacred land can't stop my lord. Uft. Wei Zheng laughed out loud when he heard that. Hu Baimei closed her eyes in despair. Silly child, even though I only know that your lord has some strength, he's only a martial saint at most. Even I, a 6th Revolution martial saint, am no match for old man Yi Jian, not to mention your lord. At that moment, old man Yi Jian suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at Wei Zheng. What time is it now? Senior, it's almost noon. Wei Zheng immediately said, respectfully, the people from the Radiant Palace are still on their way. When they arrive, the Jade Lake meeting will officially begin. All right. Old man Yi Jian nodded, then suddenly stood up and took a step forward. He leaped into the air above the guest peak and said with a booming voice, Everyone, this old man is the pavilion master of the bright sword pavilion. Please listen to me. The originally noisy Jade Lake Holy Land quietened down instantly, and everyone's gazes were fixed on the person in front. That's the pavilion master of the bright sword pavilion, old man Yi Jian. I didn't expect this person to come personally. It said that he was in seclusion a while ago, seeking to step into the emperor's throne realm. I heard that old man Yi Jian's disciple was killed. Countless people whispered as their gazes met. Old man Yi Jian looked around and shouted. Everyone, this old man's disciple, Lung Xing, was killed while he was attending the Jade Lake meeting. Before the Jade Lake meeting officially begins, this old man will avenge my disciple in front of everyone today. I will use blood to declare the dignity of the Bright Sword Pavilion. After saying that, he shouted in a low voice, Bring him here! Wei Zheng immediately grabbed Hu Baimei and Hu Fei and rushed over. At the same time in Liberty City, Yi Chen, who had rushed over, looked at the ruins before him quietly. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Something happened. P.S. Chapter 4 updated today. Updated today. Sorry for the long wait. End of this chapter. Chapter 1220. Jade Lake Sacred Land, Guest Peak. Bring them up. As old man Yi Jian's cold voice fell, in the incomparably huge void, under many gazes, Wei Zheng grabbed two people and rushed to old man Yi Jian's side. It was the Hu family's patriarch, Hu Baimei and Hu Fei. At this moment, Hu Baimei's face was ashen. She was the patriarch of the Hu family, but she had been reduced to a prisoner and was watched by others. If her cultivation had not been sealed, she would have already chosen to commit suicide. Hu Fei, on the other hand, stared at them with his eyes wide open. Who are these two? Could they be the ones who killed old man Yi Jian's direct disciple Ling Xing? I recognize them. They're from the Xuanzhou's Hu family. What? Xuanzhou's Hu family? That's an emperor's bloodline family. Their ancestors once produced an emperor's throne powerhouse. How dare old man Yi Jian? Why not? As a 9-revolution martial saint, old man Yi Jian's strength is not inferior to the Hu family's ancestor. Moreover, the Hu family's ancestor is not present. At that moment, countless gazes converged on old man Yi Jian, Hu Fei, Hu Baimei, and the others, and whispers of discussion resounded. Seeing this, Lin Lan's expression changed slightly. Then, she looked at the violet Lotus Peak master beside her. Master, can you really not save them? However, the violet Lotus Peak master turned a blind eye to it. Everyone, under everyone's gazes, old man Yi Jian's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Then he laughed sinisterly. This old man's disciple, Ling Xing, was killed by someone. This person has a close relationship with the Hu family member in front of me. Now that that person has taken the opportunity to escape, this old man can only use the two of them to attack. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd once again broke into a clamor of discussion. It was obvious that they were sympathizing with Hu Fei and Hu Baimei. However, no one dared to stand out and speak a word of justice. Although my Bright Sword Pavilion is not a top sect, it is still a sect that oversees a region. The hatred of my son's death is absolutely irreconcilable. Old man Yi Jian's eyes surged with a sinister smile that made one shudder. Today, this old man will use the blood of these two people to pay tribute to my disciple. This old thing is killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The pupils of many leaders of the forces present shrank. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded from the high platform. Pavilion Master Brightsword, regardless of the relationship between the two of them and the murderer, your disciple wasn't killed by them. Aren't your actions a little too unreasonable? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent. Countless people immediately revealed looks of disbelief in their eyes. Under such circumstances, someone actually dared to stand out and refute. Old man Yi Jian's eyes flashed coldly. Who's talking? Before everyone's eyes, Shi Qianhan slowly got up and looked at old man Yi Jian calmly. This humble one is Shi Qianhan. So, it's young Master Shi from the North Sea Dragon subduing palace. Old man Yi Jian's pupils constricted slightly, and then he said coldly, What? Does young Master Shi want to protect them? Qianhan, mind your own business. Violet Lotus Peak Master berated. In this situation, anyone could tell that old man Yi Jian was punishing the chicken to warn the monkey. Whoever jumped out would have to face his wrath. Sure Qianhan's expression did not change as he quietly looked at old man Yi Jian. I have nothing to do with them, so I naturally won't meddle in their business. I'm just saying what I'm thinking. Old man Yi Jian snorted coldly. At this moment, the great Yin's imperial prince, Yin Jiayang, said, Senior Yi Jian, may I know who killed Brother Lun? Perhaps we can use the power in our hands to find him. That's right. The great Qi's imperial prince, Jiang Yichen, also nodded and said, The people present today almost cover the entire middle continent. I believe everyone is willing to give the Yi Jian pavilion some face. Following that, countless people expressed their stance. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. After all, it was not illegal to brag. Old man Yi Jian cupped his fists at Yin Jiayang and said, The person who killed my disciple is named Yi Qin. He looks to be in his 20s and has a head of white hair. He has a martial saint almighty as a servant. My disciple was killed by his servant. Yi Qin. Why have I never heard of this person? He has a martial saint, almighty servant, and is so young. I don't think he's a nobody, right? Could he be someone from some hidden holy land? No matter what, if this person surnamed Yi doesn't have a monstrous background, there will be no place for him in the entire middle continent from today onwards. As soon as he said that, there was a burst of discussion at the scene. They seemed to be discussing Yi Qin. Master! Lin Lan looked at the Violet Lotus Peak Master with a pale face. The Violet Lotus Peak Master was also shocked. He did not expect things to develop to this extent. Then he sneered and said, If that brat hadn't boasted so shamelessly, I might have considered protecting him. However, it's impossible now. Yi Qin, Jiayang will remember this. The great Yin's imperial prince, Yin Jiayang, said, Once we return, we will mobilize the great Yin imperial dynasty's power to help Senior Yi Jian's search for this person. The same goes for the great Qi dynasty. The great Qi dynasty's imperial prince, Jiang Yichen, promised. Thank you, everyone. Old man Yi Jian thanked them repeatedly. Then he looked at Hu Fei and Lin Lan with a murderous gaze. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing someone you shouldn't know. At the next moment, with a clench of his palm, a huge origin energy palm print carried an extremely terrifying true origin energy fluctuation as it heavily smashed towards Hu Fei and Lin Lan, who could not move at all. Hu Fei closed his eyes in despair. Bang! An ear-piercing sound exploded in the guest peak. However, the miserable scene that everyone had imagined did not happen. Beside Hu Fei and Lin Lan, there was a faint energy barrier that almost materialized that enveloped them. Old man Yi Jian suddenly looked at Shi Qianhan on the platform, and his voice was extremely cold. Shi Qianhan, what is the meaning of this? Obviously, Shi Qianhan had saved Hu Fei and Lin Lan. Everyone looked at Shi Qianhan in a daze. If they remembered correctly, Shi Qianhan had said that he would not interfere. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Under the gaze of everyone, Shi Qianhan slowly said, Old man Yi Jian, you can't kill these two. Do you really want to be enemies with my bright sword pavilion? Old man Yi Jian's expression sank completely as a cold killing intent slowly spread out from his body. Shi Qianhan narrowed his eyes and said, If you're not wrong, then the person surnamed Yi you mentioned is my close friend. Doesn't that mean you want to kill me as well? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. The number 1 of the Mountain River list, the direct disciple of the North Sea subduing Dragon Palace Lord, actually knew a nameless murderer and was even a close friend. Even Hu Baimei and Hu Fei, who were already in despair, opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Old man Yi Jian sneered. Shi Qianhan, on account of your foster father, do you dare to say it again? Qianhan, Violet Lotus Peak Master roared. Shi Qianhan waved his hand to interrupt her. The smile on his face gradually faded as he looked at old man Yi Jian and sneered. Old thing, I gave you face, didn't I? I said they can't be killed, and that means they can't be killed. End of chapter. Chapter 12:21. His voice, which was neither loud nor soft, fell. The world suddenly fell silent. Old thing. He actually dared to call Old Man Ijian an old thing? One had to know that Old Man Ijian was a 9-revolution martial saint, a famous figure of the older generation. He was also the ancestor of a sect. Countless people's eyes were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, the pupils of the great Crown Prince and the rest constricted. They looked at each other, and an inexplicable smile flashed across their eyes. Good, very good. Old Man Ijian was so angry that he laughed. He said good 3 times in a row. He glared at Yi Chen, and his expression alternated between green and white. He was extremely gloomy. Today, I'll teach you, an arrogant junior, a lesson on behalf of Hall Master Beiyin. At the next moment, with a flash, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Like a phantom, he charged toward Shi Qianhan on the platform. Stop! Right at this moment, the Violet Lotus Peak Master stepped forward and blocked Old Man Ijian's path. Fellow Taoist Ijian, please listen to me. After saying that, she could not help but turn to Shi Qianhan. Qianhan quickly apologized to fellow Ijian. She was of the same generation as Hall Master Beiyin and had a deep friendship. Therefore, she treated Shi Qianhan as her nephew and stepped forward to help. However, Shi Qianhan remained unmoved. B****. Peak Master Violet Lotus berated. Is it worth it to become enemies with fellow Ijian for a nameless person? Nameless? Shi Qianhan smiled faintly. Brother Ye's ability is beyond your imagination. Even Qianhan might not be his match. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exclaimed endlessly in shock. Shi Qianhan was also a 7-revolution martial saint, ranked first on the Mountain River list. There was actually someone from the younger generation who was stronger than him? How was that possible? Nonsense. Peak Master Violet Lotus laughed angrily. I know you're eager to save the 2 Hu family members, so you came up with such an excuse. However, you should know that you represent the North Sea Dragon subduing Hall. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the North Sea Dragon subduing Pavilion? Peak Master Violet Lotus is right. The Crown Prince of Great Een said with a smile. Shi Qianhan, isn't it a little too inaccurate for you to come up with such an excuse to save the 2 from the Hu family? At this point, he couldn't help but sneer. If the person you're talking about is really like this, then Chaoyang would like to have a taste of his skills. I also want to learn from such a person. Jiang Yichen, the Crown Prince of Great Qi, smiled mockingly. Do you think you're worthy of learning from Brother Yi? Shi Qianhan looked at the 2 of them disdainfully. If Brother Yi were here, all the paragons would bow down to him. Trash like you 2 would be killed like chickens and dogs. You, Yin Chaoyang and Jiang Yichen were furious. The others also glared at Shi Qianhan. His words were too arrogant. Not only did he scold Yin Chaoyang and Jiang Yichen, but he also belittled all the sovereigns present. Qianhan, have you fainted? Peak Master Violet Lotus said resentfully, I've seen that Yi brat before. He's not like what you said at all. Moreover, if that's really the case, why would he abandon the Hu family and take the opportunity to escape? He still doesn't dare to show his face? She rebuked him with certainty. At the next moment, at the entrance of the guest peak, the master of ceremonies stammered, Independent Cultivator, Yi Chen brought a servant to congratulate Saintess Mu. He's offering a heavenly pill. When the master of ceremonies finished speaking, the originally tense and excited guest peak suddenly fell deathly silent. It was terrifyingly quiet. At that moment, everyone could not help but look at the entrance of the guest peak. Even the leaders of the various forces were no exception. I knew that my lord would definitely come to save me. Hu Fei cried tears of joy. He could not wait to welcome him. Seeing him like this, a glimmer of hope emerged in Hubeime's eyes that were originally filled with despair. Is that brat really here? However, even if he's here, he can't change anything. She shook her head again as she thought to this point. The moment he heard Yi Chen's name, Peak Master Violet Lotus, who was initially eloquent, stopped talking abruptly. He looked slightly embarrassed. Lin Lan was dumbfounded. Immediately after, the silent atmosphere was broken by Shi Qianhan's laughter. "All right, Brother Yi, you're finally here!" At the next moment, under everyone's gazes, a thin figure slowly walked over from the entrance of the guest peak. It was a young man around the age of 24 or 25. He was dressed in green, and his white hair fluttered in the wind like a silver river, adding a hint of ethereality to his originally thin and weak temperament. Behind him was a young man in black. The young man looked straight ahead, and his gaze was cold. His brows were filled with arrogance and arrogance. Is that Yi Chen, the murderer who killed old man Yi Jian's direct disciple? The friend that Shi Qianhan mentioned? He looks talented and has an extraordinary bearing. However, why can't I see through his cultivation base? This person brought a heavenly pill. What a pity. Even if he's here, he can't change anything. At that moment, countless people were sizing Yi Chen up. Whispers filled the air. There were people who admired him, people who sympathized, and people who were gloating. On the other hand, Yin Zhaoyang and the rest glared at Yi Chen with hostility in their eyes. At that moment, a cry that shook the heavens suddenly came from the depths of the Jade Lake sacred land. Then, a peerless, ferocious bird that blotted out the sky attacked. It's the Jade Lake sacred land's guardian beast, the Nine-Eagle Phoenix. What's going on? Why does the Nine-Eagle Phoenix seem to have gone mad? Could it be that it's been provoked? Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. A powerhouse from the Jade Lake sacred land subconsciously went up to it. "Master Nine, aren't you healing? Get lost!" The response was a sweep of the Nine-Eagle Phoenix's wing, and the Jade Lake sacred land powerhouse was sent flying. What happened next shocked everyone. The Nine-Eagle Phoenix charged at Yi Chen and kept circling around him. What's going on with the Nine-Eagle Phoenix? Why is it circling around the young man surnamed Yi? Could it be that they know each other? Strange, strange, strange. They were not the only ones. Even Peak Master Violet Lotus and the other people from the Jade Lake sacred land were confused. The Nine-Eagle Phoenix was eccentric and never interacted with others. Why did Yi Chen appear as soon as he arrived? Yi Chen stopped walking and looked at the Nine-Eagle Phoenix calmly. There was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. The Nine-Eagle Phoenix's fierce eyes suppressed Yi Chen as it said coldly, "Junior, why do you have such a familiar aura?" Familiar? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Peak Master Violet Lotus's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Master Nine really knows that brat? Yi Chen said with a forced smile, "Have we met before?" Met? The Nine-Eagle Phoenix sneered. "Do you think you're worthy of meeting me? Junior, you're too weak. You're so weak that I can drown you just by spitting." End of this chapter. Chapter 1222. Although that was what it said, however, it was still suspicious. This Junior's aura is vaguely similar to the person who broke into my Jade Lake sacred land that night and injured me. But that person shouldn't be so weak, right? Could it be that I've mistaken him for someone else? With that thought in mind, it flapped its wings and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Nine-Carving Phoenix came and left in a hurry. When everyone saw such a strange action, they became even more confused. Especially old man Yi Jian, his eyes flickered nonstop. If the Nine-Carving Phoenix really knew Yi Chen, he could not attack Yi Chen in front of everyone. At this moment, a Jade Lake sacred land powerhouse stood up and said with a smile, "Everyone, it was a misunderstanding earlier. Ninth Master, sent me a voice transmission saying that this young friend's aura is a little similar to the mysterious powerhouse who broke into our Jade Lake sacred land. It made a mistake. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately laughed. Everyone present knew about the mysterious powerhouse breaking into the Jade Lake sacred land at night, and they were shocked for a long time. If Yi Chen was that mysterious powerhouse, the people present did not know how to get along with him. Fortunately, the 9 carving phoenix had proven that it was a misunderstanding. The peak master of Violet Lotus Peak secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Yi Chen and said coldly, "Since you've escaped, why did you come back?" "Why should I escape?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. The peak master glanced at old man Yi Jian, who had a gloomy expression, and snorted coldly. He was very merciless. "Scram, the Jade Lake sacred land doesn't welcome you." Lin Lan looked at her gratefully when she heard that. She knew that her master said that to help Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen left, there might be a chance of survival. Junior's sister, Violet Lotus. At this moment, the peak master of Violet Sword Peak stood up and said with a smile while stroking his beard, "Since this young friend is here to participate in the Jade Lake Convention, he's a guest. How can we reject a guest?" After saying that, he looked at old man Yi Jian with a faint smile. "Senior brother, Violet Sword." The peak master's expression changed slightly, and then her gaze suddenly turned cold. She suddenly remembered that her senior brother was greedy. He must have taken a fancy to the heavenly pill gift in Yi Chen's hand. Boom! Old man Yi Jian took a step forward and glared at Yi Chen coldly. "Junior, did you kill my disciple Lung Xing?" Upon hearing that, Peak Master Violet Lotus gave Yi Chen a look immediately, signaling him not to admit it. Moreover, she knew what had happened and knew that it was Xiaohei who killed them. She hoped that Yi Chen would deny it. No. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back. He shook his head and chuckled softly. Peak Master Violet Lotus secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Before she could react, Yi Chen added, "Because a piece of trash like your disciple doesn't have the right to die in my hands." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place instantly became deathly silent. Peak Master Violet Lotus looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. It was one thing for this brat to admit it, but he even said such shameless words on purpose. Did he have a death wish? Is this guy crazy? Lin Lan stomped her feet anxiously. "Ha ha ha." Old man Yi Jian suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at Yi Chen with cold killing intent. "Good, very good. I guarantee that I'll make you beg for death." With that, he took a step forward and grabbed at Yi Chen. The terrifying force sealed off the space where Yi Chen was. Bang! At that moment, a large hand reached over from the side and accurately neutralized Old Man Yi Jian's attack. Old Man Yi Jian suddenly looked at Peak Master Violet Lotus with an extremely ugly expression. Fellow Violet Lotus, you. Everyone present was shocked as well. They did not expect Peak Master Violet Lotus to stop Old Man Yi Jian from killing Yi Chen. Fellow Yi Jian, today is the grand meeting of our Jade Lake Sacred Land. I hope you won't use weapons rashly. Peak Master Violet Lotus walked over slowly. She glanced at Yi Chen coldly first and said, "Secondly, Senior Brother Purple Sword said earlier that this person has brought a congratulatory gift. So he's a guest of our Jade Lake Sacred Land. How can we let anything happen to a guest in our Jade Lake Sacred Land?" Her words raised the reputation of the Jade Lake Sacred Land, causing Old Man Yi Jian to be unable to refute her. He could not help but look at Peak Master Violet Sword. Peak Master Violet Sword's eyes flickered a few times, and then he could not help but shake his head. "If you hide in the Jade Lake Sacred Land, I'll accept it." Old Man Yi Jian glared at Yi Chen. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "If you dare to take a step out of the Jade Lake Sacred Land, I'll let you know what it means to beg for death." Hearing that, many people shook their heads in disappointment. They thought they would be able to watch a good show, but it was a pity. The Emperor of Great Yin glanced at Yi Chen in disdain. Then he said to Shi Qianhan next to him, "Your good friend is really lucky." Shi Qianhan smiled without saying anything. Subsequently, Peak Master Violet Lotus treated Yi Chen and Xiao He as guests with a grim expression. However, no one talked to Yi Chen. They even avoided him. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, they saw a person step out and shout at Yi Chen coldly, "Immovable Light, Sex, Chunyu Xiao, Martial Saint Level 7. Please enlighten me, fellow Yi." The sudden scene caused everyone to be unable to react for a moment. After all, Chunyu Xiao and Yi Chen had never had any grudges. Why would he challenge him now? Soon after, several figures shot out at the same time. Dongfang Yi from the Dongfang family. Please enlighten me, fellow Yi. Jiang Yichen from the Great Xia dynasty. Please enlighten me, fellow Yi. Li Qingtan from the Clear Sky Sword Sect. Please enlighten me, fellow Yi. 4 figures with terrifying auras shot into the sky at the same time. They stood in a straight line and released their auras. They looked at Yi Chen with fighting spirit on their faces. At that moment, the world was dead silent. It was because the 4 of them were the top 10 geniuses on the Mountain River leaderboard. The lowest cultivation base was a Martial Saint Level 6. They actually chose to challenge Yi Chen. Peak Master Violet Lotus noticed from the corner of her eye that old man Yi Jian was communicating with the Great Yin's crown prince, Yin Jiayang. Her expression suddenly changed. Clearly, old man Yi Jian did not compromise in the end. He was very determined to kill Yi Chen. He knew that he could not attack, so he chose to challenge Yi Chen to a fight. It was a challenge in name, but when it came to fighting, fists and feet had no eyes. If he accidentally killed Yi Chen, what could the Jade Lake sacred land do? The Great Yin's crown prince, Yin Jiayang, watched this scene with a faint smile. Then he turned to Shi Qianhan and said, "Shi Qianhan, your so-called best friend will die a horrible death." With that, he slowly stood up and said with a thunderous voice, "The Great Yin's crown prince, Yin Jiayang, please enlighten me, fellow Yi." Boom! He immediately flew out with the wind. This! 5 geniuses. 5 geniuses are challenging Yi. That brat is in trouble now. That's right. If he doesn't agree, he'll probably lose all his face. If he agrees, he'll definitely die. In an instant, an uproar broke out. Countless people were dumbfounded, but even more people sympathized with Yi Chen. Rumble, the 5 geniuses of the Mountain River list, stood in the air. Their auras shook the air, as if 5 extraordinary gods had descended. On the other hand, Yi Chen watched that scene calmly. He poured himself a glass of wine, as if he was unmoved. The Great Yin's crown prince, Yin Jiayang, looked down at Yi Chen from above and mocked. "Fellow Yi, the number 1 on the Mountain River list, Shi Qianhan, once said that if you want to kill us, it'll be like slaughtering chickens and dogs. We're not talented, so we'd like to see if it's true. You can choose any one of us as your opponent." Sword Maniac Li Qingtan said expressionlessly, "Could it be that this kid is afraid?" Someone scoffed. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he shook his head lightly and said, "5 is too few. Come at me together. I'll kill all of you in one go." The moment that was said, everyone fell silent. End of this chapter. Chapter 1223. 5 is too little. Come at me together. I'll finish you all off in one go. At that moment, everyone on the guest peak stared blankly at Yi Chen. They were shocked by what the latter said. 5 too few? Together. That was in existence in the top 10 of the Mountain River list. It could be said that on the Mountain River list, other than the first ranked Shi Qianhan of the North Sea subduing Dragon Palace, the 8th ranked Hua Qianren of the Great Xia dynasty, the 9th ranked Yan Zhou'er of the Honorable Martial Palace, and the 10th ranked future Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake Sacred Grounds, Mu Kaiwei. Almost all of the remaining geniuses were present. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation was a sixth revolution martial saint. They were proficient in the peerless inheritances of the various supreme sects, and their battle prowess suppressed those of the same age. If the five of them were to join forces, even a veteran almighty like Old Man Yi Jian would not dare to have absolute confidence in dealing with them. However, Yi Chen thought it was too little. In the blink of an eye, there was an uproar. Clearly, they were shocked by Yi Chen's words. What an arrogant kid! When Old Man Yi Jian heard those words, he couldn't help sneering. His eyes were ice cold. Hearing this, Peak Master Violet Lotus was in disbelief. Is this kid crazy? Although she did not have a good impression of Yi Chen, she still stopped Old Man Yi Jian from attacking him for Mu Tsaiwei's sake. Facing the challenge from the 5 Mountain River list geniuses, to her, as long as Yi Chen lowered his head, he might be able to keep his life. However, the latter dared to say such shameless words. Lin Lan, who was next to him, could not help but shake her head. She looked at Yi Chen and mumbled, I know you want to prove to Master that you're worthy of Senior Sister Mu. But why do you have to court death? Crazy, crazy! Hu Bai Mei muttered to herself. On the high platform, the princess of the great Xia dynasty, Hua Qianren, who had yet to appear, said to Shi Qianhan in surprise, Shi Qianhan, your friend is even more arrogant than you. Since your brother Yi, you naturally have the qualifications to be arrogant. Shi Qianhan smiled faintly, although he said that there was slight surprise in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. One had to know that he, Shi Qianhan, could suppress Li Qingtan, one of the 5 paragons, but it did not mean that he could resist the 5 paragons joining forces. Yi, just say it if you don't dare to accept the challenge. Wei Zheng, who was far away, looked at Yi Chen in disdain and scoffed. Why do you have to say such big words to agitate Prince Yin Chaoyang and the rest? If you kneel down and kowtow to apologize, you might be able to save your worthless life. You're just an ant. Since when did you have the right to talk so much? Yi Chen glanced at him and swept his sleeve across the air. Bang! The smile on Wei Zheng's face froze. Then he was shocked to discover that it was as if a pair of invisible hands had slapped him. Boom! His entire body was blasted flying on the spot, and the protective treasures on his body were completely blasted apart. Obviously, he was unable to resist such a force, and in the end, he was forcefully smashed through a mountain. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Even the experts from the Jade Lake Holy Land couldn't react in time. When someone went to dig open the ruins, the scene that entered his eyes caused his face to suddenly turn pale. Senior brother Wei Zheng. In front of him, Wei Zheng's entire body was shattered, and he almost didn't look human anymore. Only his soul escaped, but his eyes were filled with fear. How can he be so strong? How is this possible? Wei Zheng, who had just escaped from the gates of hell, was incomparably terrified. His face was filled with disbelief. One had to know that he was a First Revolution martial saint. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Chen to send a First Revolution martial saint flying with a swing of his sleeve. This brat, Peak Master Violet Lotus's expression finally changed a little. Lin Lan was dumbfounded. B*****. Purple Sword Peak Master and the other upper echelons of the Jade Lake Holy Land were furious. Yi Chen actually dared to attack their disciple in their Jade Lake Holy Land? An elder of the Jade Lake Holy Land shouted angrily, Junior, how dare you? Senior, who? There's no need to be angry. Yin Zhaoyang, the Prince of Great Yin, stopped him and sneered, There's no need for you to deal with such a person. Leave it to me. That's good too. The elder of the Jade Lake Holy Land could only suppress his anger. Yin Zhaoyang, the Prince of Great Yin, looked at Yi Chen again. He seemed to be mocking. You're quite capable. No wonder you dare to ignore us. Yi, what's so great about bullying the weak? Undefeated Ming King Chun Yu Xiu's body shone brightly, his voice like thunder. "If you have the guts, then accept our challenge. Once I make a move, I won't show mercy, and I'll disregard life and death. Are all of you sure you want to challenge me?" Yi Qin frowned. Some of these people had no grudges with him, so he did not want to kill too many people. Ha ha ha. When the 5 of them heard that, they immediately burst into laughter, as if they had heard something funny. However, there was thick anger between their brows. "Yi, don't pretend to be a big shot anymore." Jiang Yichen, the crown prince of Great Qi, sneered and said, "Life and death are decreed by fate. Don't worry, this competition is only our own doing. It has nothing to do with the forces behind us. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Yi Chen stood up slowly and turned around to say to Xiaohei next to him, "Warm the wine for me. I'll be right back." As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and flew up into the sky. In an instant, he landed in front of the 5 heavens favorites. At this moment, the atmosphere in the surroundings rose to its peak. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared at the 6 of them. Lin Lan said, "Master, who do you think Yi Chen will challenge?" "It's useless for him to challenge anyone," the Violet Lotus Peak Master said mercilessly. "None of these 5 people are like Wei Zheng. That kid has no chance of winning against any of them. Then what should we do?" Lin Lan clenched her fists and frowned. If senior sister Mu comes out now, she might be able to stop all of this. Almost everyone said the same thing at the same time. Countless people were beaming as they guessed who Yi Chan would choose as his opponent. If I were that brat, I would definitely choose Chen Yixiu. Although Chen Yixiu is known as the undefeatable Ming King, he is only ranked 7th on the Mountain River list, and is the weakest out of the 5. No, even if we choose Chen Yixiu, that Yi brat will definitely die. We might as well choose Li Qingtan. Li Qingtan, are you crazy? He was once ranked 1st on the Mountain River list, and now he's ranked 2nd. The reason why I chose Li Qingtan is because he's an incomparably pure sword fanatic. He has a good temperament and might spare Ye's life. Ha ha ha, that's right. That makes sense. Although there were many people present, almost everyone felt that Yi Qin would definitely die. They had no chance of winning at all. However, after Yi Qin stepped into the air, a calm voice came from his mouth before the 5 of them could speak. "Come at me together. Don't waste my time." End of chapter. Chapter 1224. Yi, you're too arrogant. As soon as Yi Qin said that, the undefeatable Wisdom King Chinyaxiu shouted and attacked Yi Qin first. "Let me see what you're capable of today." Boom! The surging killing intent was like 9 layers of waves in a huge lake, sweeping in all directions. Lotus imprints bloomed on the surface of Chun Yuxiu's body, wrapping around his body like the reincarnation of a Buddhist almighty. Blood lotus step by step. Chun Yuxiu roared and formed a seal with both hands. The color of the lotus imprints on his body suddenly changed, turning into blood-colored lotus flowers. It was as if a blood-colored river had condensed in the air. Boom! Blood filled the air and red mist covered the sky. The hair-raising blood river swept towards Yi Qin like a blood-colored dragon. This is one of the 6 divinities of the immovable light sect, the Raka blood lotus scripture. Rumor has it that the founder of the immovable light sect comprehended it from endless slaughter. Even a petal is enough to burn a river. That Yi brat is in trouble now. Chun Yixiu used such a technique as soon as he arrived. Obviously, he wants to kill him with a fatal blow. Someone was shocked when they saw that. However, Yi Qin merely waved his sleeve lightly. Boom! The huge blood-colored river in the void was shattered in an instant, and then turned into countless blood-colored airflows that scattered in all directions. Tap, tap, tap. Chun Yixiu took a few steps back. His face was slightly pale. Clearly, he did not expect his attack to be broken by Yi Chen with a raise of his hand. How is that possible? That's an attack from a 6th revolution martial saint. Even a powerhouse of the same level wouldn't dare to say that he could neutralize it so easily, right? Many people could not believe their eyes. The other 4 paragons looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So you hid your strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. The genius of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yi, let out a long roar and charged into the sky. Then he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. A radiance that was like the sun bloomed in the air. Upon closer inspection, it was a weapon that looked like a saber but not a saber, like a sword but not a sword. It was only a foot long. However, with its appearance, many people's expressions changed, as if they were extremely afraid. Flaming Edge. Rumor has it that this item is one of the 3 great ancient treasures of the Dongfang clan. It had once followed the fallen emperor's throne realm powerhouse of the Dongfang clan to conquer the world. After it was shattered, it was repaired by the experts of the Dongfang family. Although it is not even 1% of its peak state, even a 9-revolution martial saint would not dare to take it head-on. Someone's pupils constricted violently as he blurted out, "Slash!" Dongfang Yi held the sharp flame blade in his hand and shouted. Boom! In an instant it was as if the sun had risen into the sky and illuminated the firmament. When such a scene entered into the eyes of everyone in the surroundings, it was like a scorching sun that surged with divine flames had descended from the sky and smashed into the world, and it caused their scalps to go numb. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his finger. Boom! The sky suddenly turned chaotic, and a huge finger could vaguely be seen slamming into the void, slamming into the scorching sun that was surging with divine flames. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the sharp flame blade, which was known as one of the 3 heavenly treasures of the Dongfang family, shattered. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted in the void. Rumble! Yi Chen's huge finger did not slow down at all. It swept through the void and charged at Dongfang Yi violently. Oh no! Dongfang Yi's expression changed drastically. As he retreated, he hurriedly activated all the protective treasures on his body. However, they exploded one after another, sending the former flying. He actually destroyed the sharp flame blade. Oh my God, isn't he too powerful? In an instant, waves of cries erupted between heaven and earth. The expressions of the 5 paragons changed. Dongfang Yi even vomited blood repeatedly. My sharp flame blade was destroyed! Yi Chen's figure was faintly discernible in the air. His body was faintly emitting a crystalline divine radiance. Too weak. All of you attack together. Everyone. Looks like we've underestimated him. Let's attack together. Yin Jiayang, the Prince of Great Yin, took a deep breath in. He looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze. Even he did not have the confidence to fight Yi Chen alone. Attack! Jiang Yi Chen, the Prince of Great Qi, had a cold gaze. After a cold shout, his body shone brightly, and he was the first to attack. The world suddenly fell silent, and then there was an uproar. The 5 paragons on the Mountain River leaderboard have teamed up against one person. This has never happened in Middle Prefecture before. It can be said to be unprecedented. Some of the veteran experts at the scene sucked in a cold breath. Everyone was visibly moved. The Prince of Great Yin and the rest were all in the top 10 of the Mountain River leaderboard. Any one of them would be able to suppress anyone in Middle Prefecture. However, they chose to join forces to fight Yi Chen. What did that mean? It meant that Yi Chen's strength had clearly surpassed theirs, causing the 5 paragons to not dare to fight Yi Chen alone anymore. This guy is really abnormal. On the platform, the Princess of Great Xia, Hua Qianren, who was ranked 7th on the Mountain River leaderboard and had yet to make a move, was dumbfounded. Shi Qianhan smiled without saying anything. However, there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, no matter how hard I work and how heaven-defying my encounters are, I still can't keep up with you. Master, Yi Chen, Lin Lan could not believe what she was seeing. Peak Master, Violet Lotus, looked at Yi Qin, who was surrounded by the 5 paragons with a complicated expression. He suddenly sighed softly. Seems like I underestimated him previously. She still remembered how high and mighty she was when she first met Yi Qin, while he was so calm and composed. Now that she thought about it, she more or less regretted it. This little b** starred is actually so powerful. Old man Yi Jian's expression was terrifyingly grim. He glared at Yi Chen and suddenly grinned sinisterly. However, this is as far as you can go. Even I dare not say that I can escape unscathed if the 5 paragons join forces. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 6 paragons leaped out at the same time. 6 surging and terrifying auras filled the world. The origin energy between heaven and earth surged like an ocean as they charged at Yi Qin. This is more interesting. Instead, he chuckled softly. His white hair fluttered in the wind. I'll kill to my heart's content today. Kill. In the boiling blockade, the Prince of Great Yin Zhaoyang, and the rest revealed their killing intent as they unleashed their true abilities. Rumble! Yi Chen was dressed in green. He was wrapped in a tidal wave of origin energy. He ignored the 5 of them's attacks and the terrifying origin energy. He charged forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. You dare to fight the 6 of us with your body? You're courting death. The 6 of them harumphed coldly and charged forward as well. End of this chapter. Chapter 1225. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the muffled groans of the 5 people sounded in the air. At the next moment, the 5 paragons shot out at the same time. Their bodies were bathed in blood, and they were in a sorry state. Their eyes were filled with shock. Why is his body so powerful? Yin Zhaoyang's hair was disheveled. He could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body tremble endlessly, and he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even Chen Yuxiu, who had the strongest body of the 5, was covered in cracks at this moment, blood flowing out of them. Whoosh! On the other hand, there was an uproar below. Some were dumbfounded, and they could not believe what they were seeing. Yi Chen had not used any divinity from the beginning to the end. He had heavily injured the 5 of them with his physical body. You guys are really too weak. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and charged down at Chen Yuxiu, who was the closest to him. His pressure was unparalleled. Die. Chen Yuxiu's expression changed drastically, and a ruthless look flashed through his eyes. He extended his right hand, and his fingers were like dragon scissors. The Wisdom King's finger is like the wrath of the Buddha. Whoosh! In an instant, the void was split into 2 by the finger. The finger that was like a vacuum emitted a terrifying aura as it charged at Yi Chen. Dying struggle. Yi Chen shook his head and slapped down. Rumble! The void shook as terrifying energy swept everything. However, Yi Chen remained unmoved. The palm print did not slow down at all as it charged at Chen Yuxiu directly. Bang! Chen Yuxiu let out a shrill cry as his body exploded with a bang, transforming into a ghastly mist of blood, and even his soul was obliterated. He killed Chen Yuxiu with a single palm strike. Oh my God, that's a 6th revolution, Martial Saint. Everyone was shocked. Too weak. You guys are really too weak. He turned around and charged at Dongfang Yi, who was far away. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, shaking the sky. Oh no! Dongfang Ye's expression changed suddenly. He did not dare to face Yi Chen's attack head-on. He bit the tip of his tongue and used a secret technique to tear open the void. He wanted to escape. Come back here. Yi Chen stretched out his hand and clenched his 5 fingers at the gigantic void door. It was like the clench of a peerless immortal king, containing the laws of heaven and earth. No. Dongfang Yi was shocked to discover that the void door had closed again. What terrified him even more was that his body was flying toward Yi Chen uncontrollably. I admit defeat, he shouted repeatedly. Choosing to challenge me is equivalent to seeking death. Yi Chen grabbed him with one hand and exerted some force with his 5 fingers. The former's body was crushed on the spot, and his astral body was crushed. The 5th on the mountain river list, Dongfang Yi, was dead. You guys can die too. Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. He charged toward the great Qi Emperor, Jiang Yichen, and the sword freak, Li Qingtan. He had the strength to move mountains, and his aura was matchless. He was like an immortal king who had descended to the mortal world. No, Jiang Yichen was punched to death, and Li Qingtan, the sword maniac, was dismembered by his own sword qi. At that moment, the world was terrifyingly silent. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's brutal methods. This is too terrifying. Lin Lan, who was below, was extremely shocked. She stared blankly at the thin figure in the air. Peak Master Violet Lotus looked slightly dispirited. This young man had exceeded her expectations time and time again. At that moment, the great Yin Emperor, Yin Zhaoyang, was silent. His face twitched so much that it was almost spasming. Shi Qianhan's words earlier could not help but echo in his mind. If Brother Yi were here, all the geniuses would bow down to him. Trash like you guys would be like slaughtering chickens and dogs. He killed Chunyi Xiu with one palm. He killed Dongfang Yi with one hand. There was nothing more shocking than this. It was indeed like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Only now did they truly realize that they might have underestimated Yi Chen's ability. The atmosphere was silent again. A few seconds later, the atmosphere was broken by a laugh. So, fellow Ye's combat prowess is actually so terrifying. The great Yin Emperor's expression changed a few times. He looked at Yi Chen with a smile and said, "I, Yin Zhaoyang, admit defeat." The moment that was said, countless people turned pale. Clearly, they did not expect Yin Zhaoyang to admit defeat. "Brother Yi," Yin Zhaoyang said like a spring breeze, "I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do, so I won't be staying any longer. If you're free in the future, please come to the great Yin Imperial Dynasty." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. "Did I let you leave?" Yin Zhaoyang stopped in his tracks. An undetectable chill flashed through his eyes, but it was concealed again. He turned around and looked straight at Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, don't tell me you want me to stay and drink with you?" "Drink with me?" Yi Chen chuckled softly and looked at the former mockingly. "Do you think a piece of trash like you is worthy?" "Yi, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Yin Zhaoyang's expression gradually turned grim. "Do you still remember what I said earlier?" Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold and emotionless. "I've said that I won't show mercy once I attack, regardless of life or death. And all of you agreed. Now that you see that the situation isn't right, you want to give up just because you admit defeat? How can there be such a good thing in this world?" When the last word was said, he took a step forward. With a flash, he immediately charged at Yin Zhaoyang. "How dare you!" Yin Zhaoyang's hair stood on end. Yi Chen really wanted to kill him. One had to know that he was the emperor of the great Yin Imperial Dynasty. He represented the great Yin Imperial Dynasty. Even the Jade Lake, Holy Land, did not dare to do that. However, Yi Chen dared. Yin Zhaoyang's expression changed drastically. He could not care less and immediately shouted, "True martial saint spirit, Feng Tian diagram." Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a huge diagram shot out from his body. Then it turned black and white. It charged at Yi Chen like 2 giant cities, as if it wanted to suppress him. It covered the sky and covered the sky. The true martial divine spirit heaven-sealing diagram. This is the true martial divine spirit heaven-sealing diagram of the great Yin Imperial Dynasty. It said that the lord of the great Yin, Emperor Xianku, refined this treasure before he ascended to the throne. Once the heaven-sealing diagram appears, it can kill billions of divine spirits. Looks like Yin Zhaoyang is really going all out. Amidst the exclamations of countless people, Yi Chen's huge black hand swept across the sky and slapped the great void palm print. Boom! The air shook as if it was being swept away by a torrent. Then, everyone saw the true martial saint spirit, Feng Tian diagram, destroyed by Yi Chen's palm. As heaven and earth shook, Yi Chen pressed his palm down and crushed Yin Chaoyang to death directly. His body was badly mutilated and turned into ashes in the terrifying shockwave. Only the extremely dispirited soul took advantage of the chaos to dash out. Yi Chen reached out and grabbed one of them. "Brother Yi, spare me, spare me." Yin Chaoyang's soul trembled. "Jade Lake Holy Land, if you don't save me, my father will not let you off." End of this chapter. Chapter 1226. Stop. Almost at that moment, the peak master of the Purple Sword Peak in the Jade Lake Sacred Land suddenly shot out and charged at Yi Chen. "Junior, you can't kill him." The peak master's expression was terrifyingly grim. Although Yin Chaoyang was only one of the 9 sons of the Emperor of Great Yin, Xian Ku, if he died in the Jade Lake Sacred Land, it would be difficult for the Jade Lake Sacred Land to explain. "Why can't I kill him?" Yi Chen smiled wryly. "Be **starred. The peak master of the Purple Sword Peak shouted coldly, "Since you defeated him, why must you kill him? Don't you have the slightest bit of magnanimity?" "You're talking to me about magnanimity?" Yi Chen smiled immediately. "If I were the one who was defeated earlier, do you think they would show mercy and spare my life? Do you think you would stand up and save me like you saved him?" Everyone fell silent. Clearly, Yi Chen was telling the truth. If Yi Chen was not a match for Yin Chaoyang and the rest, no one would care about his life. "You! How dare you!" The peak master of the Purple Sword Peak's expression was cold as he berated. "Although he threatened to kill you, he's no match for you at all. How can he kill you? Moreover, you're still alive and well." "Ha ha ha!" Yi Chen suddenly laughed out loud. The peak master of the Purple Sword Peak was furious. "What are you laughing at?" "Jade Lake Sacred Land," Yi Chen said mockingly. "I've finally seen your true colors today. Since you're whores, why do you still want to set up a monument?" The moment that was said, the entire place was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked by his words. Good Lord, he actually dared to point at the people of the Jade Lake Sacred Land and call them whores. "Peak Master, kill him, kill him." At that moment, countless disciples of the Jade Lake Sacred Land looked at Yi Chen with killing intent. They could not wait to tear him into pieces. Boom, boom, boom as countless auras rushed over, the peak masters of the Jade Lake Sacred Land joined forces to attack. "How dare you blaspheme the Jade Lake Sacred Land? This person deserves to be killed. This brat is simply lawless. He's continuously killed people in our Jade Lake Sacred Land. We must kill him to explain to the outsiders." That's right, many elders from the Jade Lake Holy Land surrounded Yi Chen. The murderous intent in their eyes almost swept through the entire world. This old man will also lend a hand to the fellow Taoists of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Following a loud laugh, old man Yijian, who had been watching from the side, turned into a long rainbow and charged at Yi Chen. A total of 6 people surrounded Yi Chen. There were even 2 9-revolution martial saints, old man Yijian and the peak master of Violet Sword Peak. In an instant, the world fell into a deathly silence once more. Countless people watched the scene in shock, but most of them sympathized with Yi Chen. It was true that Yi Chen had defeated the 5 paragons, but he had also angered the Jade Lake Holy Land. He might not be able to leave this place alive. "Master!" Lin Lan's expression suddenly changed, and she could not help but subconsciously look at Peak Master Violet Lotus. The Peak Master of Violet Lotus hesitated. At this moment, an extremely furious voice resounded. "Jade Lake Sacred Ground, are you trying to bully us with numbers?" Boom! On the high platform, a young man in white unleashed all of his aura and landed next to Yi Qin. It was Shi Qianhan. The sudden scene caused everyone's expressions to change. Clearly, they did not expect Shi Qianhan to stand up for Yi Qin under such circumstances. The eyes of many Jade Lake sacred ground powerhouses froze. The Peak Master of Violet Sword Peak said coldly, "Shi Qianhan, are you going to become enemies with the Jade Lake sacred ground for this brat?" "I told you, Brother Yi is my best friend." Shi Qianhan's expression was cold as he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I won't interfere with what you guys do, but I won't sit idly by if you want to bully us with numbers." "Shi Qianhan, don't forget that ye killed people from the Clear Sky Sword Sect, the Great Yin Dynasty, and the Great Qi Dynasty. Even if we don't kill him, he won't be able to live." The Peak Master of Violet Sword Peak said in a deafening voice, "If you help him, it's equivalent to dragging the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall down." Although the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall Master is an Emperor's Throne powerhouse, he's not invincible. Shi Qianhan fell silent before saying, "After this, I will announce my withdrawal from the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall. I will no longer have anything to do with the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall and my foster father." As soon as these words came out, everyone was visibly moved. Yi Qin looked at her emotionally. He did not expect her to do so much for him. "You," an elder from the Jade Lake sacred ground sneered, "although your talent is extraordinary and is ranked first on the Mountain River list, but in the end you are just a 7th Revolution martial saint. Do you think you can stop us? What if my great Xia Empire is included?" Immediately after, a crisp laughter that sounded like a silver bell rang out from the high platform once again. Boom! Then, a ray of purple light swept across the sky. Suddenly, a graceful woman appeared. She was in her early 20s, and her misty eyes were filled with craftiness. Hua Qianren, the princess of the Great Xia Dynasty. The Violet Sword Peak's Peak Master's expression changed, and he seemed to be fearful as he said, "Lady, there's nothing between you and Yi. Why are you helping him?" "I'm not helping him." Hua Qianren nodded slightly. Then she looked at Shi Qianhan beside her and revealed her charming canine teeth. "I'm helping Shi. He defeated me earlier, so he's already my man. How can I not care if you guys bully my man?" As soon as she said that, countless people were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. The princess of the Great Xia Empire was pursuing Shi Qianhan? What was going on? Shi Qianhan smiled bitterly, seemingly helpless. The Violet Sword Peak's Peak Master's lips moved slightly. "I know what you want to say." Hua Qianren smiled slyly and said, "You must say that my actions will implicate the Great Xia Empire. But I don't care because my father saved my only daughter. If I, his daughter, lose even a strand of hair, do you want to guess what my father will do?" As soon as she finished speaking, the corners of many people's mouths twitched, as if they were speechless. Who didn't know that the Great Xia Emperor, Hua Tianyuan, was famous for protecting his daughter? He was a genuine Emperor's Throne powerhouse. If he went crazy, who could withstand it? Although you, an Emperor's Throne powerhouse, can run away. However, your disciples and grand-disciples can't possibly run away with you, right? An Emperor's Throne powerhouse is chasing after your disciples and grand-disciples. What can you do? In an instant, the atmosphere between heaven and earth froze. The Violet Sword Peak's Peak Master and the other powerhouses of the Jade Lake Sacred Land were unwilling to compromise. Shi Qianhan and Hua Qianren did not want to compromise either. The Violet Lotus Peak's Peak Master sighed faintly. In the end, she stood up and said, "Everyone, can you listen to me?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Under everyone's gaze, the Violet Lotus Peak's Peak Master walked to Yi Qin and said with a complicated expression, "Give me Yin Chaiyang's soul. I'll make sure you don't die." End of this chapter. Chapter 1227. Junior's sister, Violet Lotus. Hearing that, the Peak Master of Violet, Sword Peak, frowned and said, "Don't forget, this brat killed Senior Brother." Peak Master Violet Lotus looked at him coldly. So what? They only have themselves to blame for their deaths. Moreover, could it be that you want to start a war in my Jade Lake sacred land? The Grand Elder is in closed-door cultivation now. Her voice was cold as she said, "The best thing we can do now is not to interfere in this grudge. As for what happens to them after they leave the Jade Lake sacred land, it has nothing to do with us." The Peak Master of Violet, Sword Peak, remained silent, as if he agreed. "Yi Chin, what do you think?" Peak Master Violet Lotus looked at Yi Chin again. He said with an unquestionable gaze, "Hand over Yin Jiayang's soul, and you can be spared from death. Then, leave the Jade Lake sacred land. This is the last time I pity you." "Pity me?" Yi Chin said slowly, as if he was mocking. "What else do you think?" Peak Master Violet Lotus said expressionlessly, "I advise you to accept reality. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of the Jade Lake sacred land alive." At that moment, everyone could not help but look at Yi Chin. Shi Qianhan said softly, "Brother Yi, I respect your choice. If you want to kill, I'll risk my life to fight with you. This is the man I like." Hua. Qianren blinked. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chin suddenly laughed. "Peak Master Violet Lotus, you're looking down on me too much. Since I dared to kill them, when have I ever cared about the Jade Lake sacred land's attitude? How could my life be as fragile as you think?" Yi Chen's expression was emotionless. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on Yin Jiayang's soul in front of everyone. Bang! With a soft sound, Yin Jiayang's soul exploded like a punctured balloon under everyone's gaze, turning into ashes. In an instant, the world was deathly silent. Countless people's eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually killed Yin Jiayang. He killed Yin Jiayang in front of everyone in the Jade Lake sacred land, and under the premise that Peak Master Violet Lotus had said earlier. So what if I killed him? Yi Chen's cold eyes swept across the place. His gaze finally landed on the Violet Lotus Peak Master, the Violet Sword Peak Master, and the rest. The Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak was stunned. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Yi Chen to do that. Boom! Monstrous sword intent that shook the sky suddenly erupted in the heavens and the earth, and the pressure it emanated caused everyone to be practically suffocated. "Good, very good, very good." The Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak glared at Yi Chin coldly. He laughed from extreme anger. "You'll die. I can't protect you anymore." The Purple Lotus Peak Master retreated without hesitation. Boom! In the next moment, the sky was filled with dense sword chi, and the deafening sound of sword cries resounded like thunder. The clothes of the Peak Master of the Purple Sword Peak fluttered, faintly resonating with the sword wills of all heavens in the void. His aura was frightening. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Was the #1 sword cultivator of the Jade Lake sacred ground finally going to make a move? Fight! Shi Qianhan's battle intent was burning. What a pity! Many people watched this scene silently. To them, although Yi Chen could kill many geniuses on the Mountain River list, there was still a certain gap between him and a peerless almighty like the Purple Sword Peak. Moreover, there were many elders of the Jade Lake sacred ground eyeing them covetously. Yi Chen and the other two had no hope of surviving. Yi Chen looked at the elder of Purple Sword Peak coldly. Killing intent, an overwhelming killing intent, surged out from his body. Right at this moment, an ethereal voice came from afar, as if it had broken through the ages. "Stop!" Suddenly, a pillar of light shot out from the top of Purple Lotus Peak, piercing through the sky and illuminating the surroundings. That is," Everyone stared blankly at the strange scene. Even Yi Chen, the purple sword peak master, and the rest looked over. Kaiwei, it's Kaiwei! The purple lotus peak master's originally gloomy face was suddenly covered by a hint of joy. Kaiwei has come out of closed door cultivation! At the next moment, a beautiful figure slowly walked out from the towering pillar of light. That beautiful figure was wrapped in golden divine light, as if she was a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Congratulations, holy lady! The purple lotus peak master was the first to bow to the beautiful figure from afar. Congratulations, holy lady! The purple sword peak master and the others bowed. Rumble, we congratulate the holy lady! In an instant, everyone present bowed and cupped their fists. Their vast voices were like thunder that shook the clouds. Have you stepped into nascent soul? A smile appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Thank you, Elder Purple Lotus. Thank you, other elders. Thank you, fellow cultivators who came to watch the ceremony. Mu Kaiwei stepped on a five-colored cloud and approached from afar. Her aura was otherworldly, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Yi Chen realized that compared to a month ago, she had changed too much. If she was cold and cheerless in the past, then she seemed peerless now. Her long black hair that was like a waterfall, her every frown and smile, and her slender waist that seemed to be able to be held in one hand made many people feel ashamed of their inferiority. The purple lotus peak master responded, Kaiwei, you've succeeded. Thank you, elders, for protecting me. I am where I am today. Mu Kaiwei bowed to the purple lotus peak and walked toward Yi Chen slowly. She said with a faint smile, Yi Chen, you're here. He's here. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Shi Qianhan, who was next to him, frowned slightly because he realized that Mu Kaiwei was not very surprised after meeting Yi Chen. Her attitude was even a little cold. To be precise, she was keeping him at a distance. I already know what happened. Mu Kaiwei looked at Yi Chen and said while shaking her head, You shouldn't have killed Yin Zhaoyang and the rest. Apologize to Elder Purple Sword and the rest. You want me to apologize to them? The smile on Yi Chen's lips froze as he looked at her. That's right. Mu Kaiwei nodded. Elder Zijian is far more powerful than you can imagine. You have no chance at all against him. If you apologize to him, perhaps he'll forgive you for my sake. What if I don't apologize? Yi Chen grinned. Yi Chen. Mu Kaiwei frowned as if she was displeased. I know you're very powerful, and I've witnessed your legend along the way. However, you have to listen to me. The Jade Lake Sacred Land isn't as simple as you think. Ms. Mu, Shi Qianhan interrupted her and said with a smile, It's been a month since we last met. I wonder if you still recognize me, Ms. Mu? He purposely emphasized the word recognize. So it's young Master Shi. Mu Kaiwei said softly, Yi Chen is muddle-headed. Are you muddle-headed too? As a friend, you should persuade him. Persuade Brother Yi to apologize. Shi Qianhan smiled as well. I can do anything. For example, stand up for Brother Yi and shed my blood for Brother Yi. At most, I'll die, but I won't persuade Brother Yi to apologize. Although that was what he said, he sighed to himself. People had changed. People's hearts had changed. Mu Kaiwei was unhappy. Enough. Yi Chen suddenly interrupted their conversation and looked at Mu Kaiwei as if he was a stranger. Cut the crap. I want to see my daughter. He had imagined reuniting with Mu Kaiwei. However, he did not expect it to be like this. Even though he had thousands of years of cultivation experience and had seen countless deceptions, he still felt a stabbing pain at this moment. P.S. Chapter 5 has been updated for today. Please buy some tickets. Thank you. It'll be exciting later. End of this chapter. Chapter 1228. Jade Lake Sacred Land on the Guest Peak. Let's cut to the chase. I want to see my daughter. When Yi Chen said that, The world fell silent all of a sudden. All of a sudden, the world fell into silence. The tens of thousands of people present looked at Yi Chen in shock. They thought they had heard wrong. The Yi brat told Holy Maiden Mu that he wanted to see his daughter. Could he have a daughter with Holy Maiden Mu? In an instant, countless gazes looked back and forth between him and Mu Kaiwei, and there were many sounds of discussion mixed within. Even the disciples of the Jade Lake sacred land were no exception. The holy maiden in their hearts had a child with someone. B****. Almost at that moment, the upper echelons of the Jade Lake sacred land shouted at the same time. They looked at Yi Chen with extremely grim eyes. The Peak Master of Violet Sword Peak suppressed the anger inside of him forcefully and looked straight at Yi Chen with killing intent. Junior Yi, do you have a death wish? The holy maidens of the Jade Lake sacred land had always been pure. They did not even allow love, let alone having children with someone. Yi Chen's words had tarnished the holy maiden's image. Only the Peak Master of Violet Lotus Peak's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously looked at Mu Kaiwei. She suddenly recalled that when Mu Kaiwei was brought into the Jade Lake sacred land, she had a 5 or 6-year-old girl by her side. Mu Kaiwei told the public that the girl was her sister. Yi Chen stared at Mu Kaiwei coldly and said again, Mu Kaiwei, did you hear me? I want to see my daughter. Panic flashed through Mu Kaiwei's eyes. She then said, Meng Meng is fine. Yi Chen, don't get agitated. Listen to me, Yi Chen interrupted her with a livid expression. I'll say it one last time. I want to see my daughter. Yi Chen, Mu Kaiwei's body trembled, but she still gritted her teeth and said, There's something wrong with Meng Meng's body. She's currently receiving treatment. She immediately added, Don't worry, she'll be fine. Rumble! At that moment, heaven and earth shook as if 10,000 thunderbolts were rumbling at the same time. Everyone was shocked to discover that Yi Chen's body suddenly emitted a cold power. The cold power seemed to be a violent energy that could not be controlled. All the plants within a radius of 3,000 meters withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of method was this? This extremely strange scene caused everyone's expressions to change. Subsequently, they looked at Yi Chen as if their hair stood on end. Where is my daughter? Yi Chen took a step forward and looked at Mu Kaiwei coldly. Under his gaze, the latter immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his entire body felt cold. Her heart trembled for no reason, and she was a little angry. She said, coldly, The Saint Lord and the Great Elder are treating Meng Meng. Believe me, she's really fine. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen took 2 steps back and suddenly laughed out loud. There was mockery at the corner of his lips. I'm fine, I'm fine. Mu Kaiwei. He took a deep breath in and looked at Mu Kaiwei coldly. Do you still remember that I was attacked by 6 martial saints because of you? Mu Kaiwei's delicate body trembled when she heard this. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to explain, but she realized that her words were a little weak. Do you still remember what I said when I handed Meng Meng over to you, Mu Kaiwei? Take good care of her. Take good care of her. And how did you do it? You really disappoint me. There were tears at the corner of Yi Chen's eyes as he laughed. It was disappointment, regret, and anger. His almost cold gaze made Mu Kaiwei's heart ache. She said firmly, Yi Chen, I told you that nothing will happen to Meng Meng. I'm doing this for her own good. Enough! Yi Chen interrupted her. His gaze that met Mu Kaiwei's became extremely unfamiliar. Bring me to my daughter. Immediately, immediately. No. Mu Kaiwei hurriedly shook her head and said, That's where the Holy Lord cultivates in seclusion. Even I can't barge in. Moreover, Yi Chen, you have to believe that the Holy Lord will definitely cure Meng Meng. Can you trust me? She could not help but glance at the Peak Lord, and the others. She shook her head and said, Moreover, if you force your way into the forbidden grounds, Elder Violet Lotus and Elder Violet Sword will never just stand by and watch. At this point, she looked at Yi Chen almost mercilessly. You're no match for Elder Violet Sword and the rest. You'll die. Quickly apologize to Elder Violet Sword and the rest. Perhaps there's still room for negotiation. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen laughed out loud. A fire was burning in his heart, and his gaze was sharp. I want to see my daughter. Anyone who stops me will die. Yi Chen, you've changed. Mu Kaiwei stared at him coldly. You weren't like this in the past. I didn't expect you to not even believe me. Boom! Killing intent flashed through the eyes of a Jade Lake Saint Elder. Subsequently, he could not help but attack Yi Chen. Die, brat! Rumble! The elder waved his hand directly, and terrifying origin energy, fluctuations erupted from his palm. The pressure of a martial saint erupted completely, and his palm slashed at Yi Chen's neck like a blade. Mu Tsaiwei's expression changed at first. She wanted to stop him by instinct, but she hesitated. Forget it. It would be good to let Elder Situ teach him a lesson. At least Yi Chen would be able to recognize reality. She turned around decisively after saying that. Suddenly, the 7th Revolution Martial Saint who attacked Yi Chen let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His body suddenly turned into a piece of blue ice crystal. Elder Situ, the peak master of Violet Lotus Peak, subconsciously walked over and reached out to touch it. Kacha! The blue ice crystal instantly turned into powder. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed abruptly, and they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. A martial saint had died. Just like that, Mu Kaiwei subconsciously turned around when she heard that. But the scene that entered her eyes stunned her. What a strange technique! The peak master of Violet Lotus Peak and the rest looked at Yi Chen suddenly. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they felt their hair stand on end. Who exactly are you? The peak master of Violet Sword Peak secretly inhaled sharply and stared at Yi Chen. Anyone who blocks my way will die. At that moment, unprecedented killing intent flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He was furious. I'm going to start a massacre today. Kill him and suppress his soul for all eternity. The peak master of Violet Sword Peak ordered with a cold expression. Rumble! In an instant, several old figures stepped out at the same time. That terrifying aura caused everyone present to tremble. The 8 supreme elders of the Jade Lake Saint Land who were above the martial saint realm were like 8 ancient gods standing in the sky. Holy light surged on their bodies as they joined forces. Killing intent swept through the world, as if a huge millstone was crushing down from the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 1229. Seeing this scene, many people were extremely shocked. In order to deal with Yi Chen, the Jade Lake Sacred Land had sent 8 martial saint elders. They did not expect things to turn out like this. Old man Yi Jian laughed out loud, his face filled with resentment. Brat, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Yi Chen, Mu Kaiwei shouted immediately, listen to my advice. Don't make an enemy of the Jade Lake Sacred Land. I can plead for you with the Holy Master and grant you supreme divinity and Tao methods. Little friendy? Peak Master Violet Lotus sighed and said, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, even a god won't be able to save you. Yi Chen, Linlon advised as well. Shi Qianhan's eyes flickered. Brother Yi, he wanted to persuade Yi Chen to leave. After all, this was the Jade Lake Sacred Land. There were many powerhouses on the other side. It was difficult for Yi Chen to fight them alone. Yi Chen looked at Mu Kaiwei coldly. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. Mu Kaiwei, open your eyes and take a good look. The so-called sacred land you speak of will be overturned by me today. He stomped his foot down. Rumble! At that moment, the sky shook and a loud sound shot into the sky. Bang, 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 under everyone's horrified gazes, the 8 terrifying old figures exploded at the same time. Their bodies and souls were crushed into dust by Yi Chen's stomp. In the blink of an eye, the entire world fell into dead silence. The entire Jade Lake sacred land was shocked. Shock, absolute shock. Those were 8 martial saints, and the lowest cultivation base was a 7th Revolution martial saint. All of them were existences that could suppress a peak in the Jade Lake sacred land. However, they were destroyed by Yi Chen with a single stomp. How is this possible? Countless people's pupils trembled. Mu Tsaiwei's gaze was blank. Peak Master Violet Lotus was shocked. 9 Revolution martial saint. 9 Revolution martial saint. Violet Sword Peak's Peak Master was the first to react. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Yi Chen again. Martial Saint 9 revolutions. Each revolution was a heaven. To be able to kill 8 7th Revolution martial saints, perhaps only an 8 Revolution or even a 9 Revolution martial saint could do that. Whoosh! An uproar broke out. 9 Revolution martial saint. Such a young 9 Revolution martial saint. Mu Tsaiwei's mind was shaken. 9 Revolution martial saint. Before this, with the help of the 4 9 Revolution martial saints of the Jade Lake sacred ground and the innate brilliant sun lotus, she broke through from the golden core perfection to the nascent soul stage. She felt that she had surpassed Yi Chen and that her battle prowess was comparable to a 5 Revolution martial saint. However, Yi Chen was a 9 Revolution martial saint. Both the Violet Lotus Peak Master and Linlon were stunned. Old man Yi Jian was horrified. How is this possible? How could this kid be a 9 Revolution martial saint? One must know that as the pavilion master of the Bright Sword Pavilion, he had cultivated for close to 2,000 years before he reached the 9 Revolution martial saint realm. Let's work together to suppress this kid. In an instant, more than 10 figures with terrifying auras soared into the sky at the same time. They attacked Yi Chen together with killing intent. Someone brandished a sword. It was an unmatched spiritual treasure. When the sword was brandished, it stirred up wind and lightning, destroying the void. Someone punched out, causing fist shadows to fill the sky. Terrifying origin energy gushed out from the fists and radiated in all directions, shaking the blue dome of heaven. Some people split mountains and rivers with their palms. More than 10 martial saints attacked at the same time, activating their cultivation bases with all their might. A vast amount of energy compressed the void, as if it wanted to shatter the heavens and earth. So what if you're a holy land? You bullied me, trapped me, and wanted to kill me. You imprisoned my daughter. You really deserve to die. Yi Chen stood proudly in the air. Divine light surged all over his body, and golden blood could be vaguely seen on his jade-like skin. He took a step forward and formed a seal with his hand. Like a primordial, ferocious god descending into the world, he charged at the dozen or so people. Buzz! He only threw a simple punch. Although it was an extremely ordinary punch, it was extremely fast and unavoidable. It caused the space within a radius of 3,000 meters to suddenly collapse, and the fist went from dim to brilliant. Ah! The 3 martial saints who were the first to bear the brunt of the attack screamed as their bodies exploded in the air, their souls destroyed. Not to mention a mere jade lake sacred land. Even if the heavens want to stop me, I'll pierce through it. Yi Chen will not be bullied. 2 murderous dragons swept through the sky in Yi Chen's cold eyes. He threw another punch into the sky. Bang, 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 another few martial saints died on the spot. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. Where the hell did this guy come from? He killed several martial sages with 1 punch. This is too scary. I've never seen such a ferocious person before. The tens of thousands of spectators were already scared out of their wits. They felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe. Brother Yi is so powerful. Shi Qianhan's pupils constricted violently. The worry in his heart had long since disappeared. leaving only shock and bitterness in his heart. I can't afford to offend him. Hua Qianren, the princess of Great Xia, patted her chest as she watched Yi Qin kill everyone. She was extremely glad. On the other hand, Peak Master Violet Lotus, Mu Kaiwei, and the rest were so shocked that they could not speak. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In just a few breaths of time, more than 10 martial saints died in Yi Chen's hands. Some of their bodies cracked, some were covered in blood, and some turned into blood mist. How arrogant! Following an extremely cold roar that shook the sky, a shocking sword gleam tore through the void. It was the Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak. Whoosh! As one of the few 9 Revolution martial saints of Purple Sword Peak, he was proficient in the Sword Dao. As he swiped his hands through the air, countless sword gleams appeared in the air. Then they turned into 360 sword gleams that covered the sky and charged at Yi Qin. This was Purple Sword Peak's peerless Sword Dao inheritance. A sword gleam like that could kill an 8 Revolution martial saint. The 360 sword gleams shot out at the same time, crisscrossing in a terrifying scene. It was as if the stars in the sky were falling. This is great. The Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak has personally made a move. That brat will definitely not be able to act recklessly anymore. Killing him is too easy. We have to suppress his soul and make him suffer the pain of begging for death for eternity. Countless people from the Jade Lake sacred land cursed viciously. Yi Qin, why are you doing this? Although Mu Kaiwei did not want to see that, she chose to ignore everything when she thought about how heartless Yi Qin had been to her earlier. What a pity! The Peak Master of Purple Lotus Peak sighed softly. However, the following scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Yi Qin grabbed at the air, and a blade of grass appeared on the ground in his hand. Then he slashed at the Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak gently. Boom! In an instant, the seemingly ordinary grass suddenly burst forth with a bright brilliance, surging out with a dazzling divine light that shot into the sky and releasing endless white light sword chi. The white sword chi was like a monstrous flood, directly shattering the 360 sword gleams of the Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak and slicing him into 2 at the waist. End of this chapter. Chapter 1230. The Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak screamed as his body was cut into 2. His expression was filled with fear as his soul quickly escaped, as if he wanted to escape. However, it was grabbed by a huge hand that stretched for thousands of meters. At this moment, the world was deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Qin, who was holding the purple sword, Peak's Peak Master's astral body. Extreme shock filled their eyes. The Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak, a 9 Revolution martial saint, had been defeated. Moreover, his body had been sliced into pieces by the purest Sword Dao ability with just a blade of grass. Impossible, this is impossible. The Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak is a 9 Revolution martial saint. The Peak Master is invincible. It's impossible. Heavens, are you going to destroy my Jade Lake sacred land? At this moment, hysterical roars echoed through the world. All the disciples of the Jade Lake sacred land were afraid. The powerhouses were afraid. Yi Qin was just too terrifying. Old man Yi Jian's body stiffened as his legs trembled. I was actually going to kill such a terrifying existence earlier. Even the Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak was no match for Yi Qin, let alone him. Let me go, let me go. The Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak, who was being held by Yi Qin, was terrified as he roared. The depths of his soul were trembling. Rumble. Let go of the Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak. In an instant, another dozen martial saints rushed over and surrounded Yi Qin. Their killing intent caused the mountains and rivers to change color. Little friend, don't make the same mistake again. The Peak Master of Purple Lotus Peak shouted. If you kill the Peak Master of Purple Sword Peak, you'll be completely irreconcilable with my Jade Lake sacred land. Yi Chen looked down at the former. I've been irreconcilable with your Jade Lake sacred land since a long time ago. Yi Chen. Mu Kai Wei stood up and looked at him with a complicated expression. I admit that I underestimated you previously. Please stop. If you take another step forward, you'll fall into the abyss. Mu Kai Wei. Yi Chen looked at her with mockery on his face. There was mockery at the corner of his lips. I don't know why you became like this. You've really disappointed me. In order to conquer the world, I entrusted my daughter to you. Yet you repay me like this. You have betrayed my trust in you. Yet now, you still don't know how to repent and want me to surrender. How laughable. From now on, you and I are cut in half. He took a deep breath, and his indifferent and emotionless eyes suppressed everyone. Today, I'm going to flatten the Jade Lake sacred ground and make it bleed to the ground. Start with this trash in my hands. After saying that, he gently clenched his fist. The divine soul of the Purple Sword Peak Master shattered on the spot. The world was ice cold. Mu Tsaiwei's face was pale and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The 9 Revolutions Martial Saint, Purple Bamboo Peak's Peak Master roared towards the sky, shaking the void. Everyone attack together, kill him, and take revenge for Purple Sword Peak Master. Kill. In an instant, a total of 6 9 Revolutions Martial Saints attacked at the same time. 6 fiendish auras swept out like a hurricane, causing people to tremble as if they had come from the underworld. The highest man is at the peak, and I am supreme among all races. Yi Chen waved the grass in his hand. The sword gleam charged into heaven and earth, splitting the sky. A terrifying aura descended upon the entire sky. The Purple Bamboo Peak's Peak Master, who was the first to leap at him, shouted on the spot. He was swept by Yi Chen's sword intent, and his body was shattered on the spot. Ah! The Purple Bamboo Peak's Peak Master was dead. Almost at the same time, the other 9 Revolutions Martial Saint, the Purple Vine Peak's Peak Master, also let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a bloody mist, completely disappearing. The Purple Vine Peak's Peak Master was dead. At that moment, Yi Chen's entire body was filled with murderous aura. It was as if he was possessed by an ancient god or demon, causing the air to seem to freeze. The tens of thousands of people around were already numb. Even the 9 Revolutions Martial Saints were no match for him. The reincarnation of a malefic star. He was definitely the reincarnation of a malefic star. Seeing the few 9 Revolutions Martial Saints die one after another, the Purple Lotus Peak's Peak Master's heart trembled. He did not dare to attack and could only roar angrily, "Quick! Quickly invite Senior Jiao!" Even the 9 Revolutions Martial Saints were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. Now, only the mountain guardian Holy Beast could suppress Yi Chen. Roar! In the sky, an incomparably huge, ferocious bird covered the sky and covered the sun. It brought with it a ferocious might that filled the sky as it swept across the world. It was the Jade Lake Sacred Land's mountain guardian Holy Beast, the 9 Carving Phoenix. The 9 Carving Phoenix spoke in human language, its voice shaking the sky like thunder. "Who dares to offend my Jade Lake?" "It's the mountain guardian Holy Beast, Lord Jiao." "That's great. One must know that Lord Jiao has existed since the Jade Lake Sacred Land was established. I wonder how many years it has lived. It will definitely be able to kill this brat." Seeing that, all the people from the Jade Lake Sacred Land who were already in despair and fear could not help but be shocked. Even the Purple Lotus Peak's Peak Master revealed a look of anticipation. The 9 Carving Phoenix's wings soared into the sky. It looked down at Yi Chen with a pair of fierce eyes and was extremely surprised. "It's you, Junior." Yi Chen lifted his head and glanced at it. Just that glance alone made thunder rumble in the 9 Carving Phoenix's mind. The latter's body trembled, and the way it looked at Yi Chen changed. "It's you, it's you." Its voice even trembled a little. It would never forget the mysterious powerhouse who had barged into the Jade Lake sacred land that night. He had plucked most of its fur, but it could not fight back at all. It had almost become its nightmare. However, it did not expect to sense the incomparably familiar aura that night again. It cried out in shock, "It's you! The Emperor's throne powerhouse who barged into my Jade Lake sacred land that night was you!" It almost fell from the sky. The moment that was said, heaven and earth shook. How is this possible? The Purple Lotus Peak's Peak Master was the first to cry out in shock. Her voice was extremely sharp, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Although she did not witness what happened that night, she still heard about the entire process from many people. The Emperor's throne powerhouse that the entire Jade Lake could not stop was actually Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the rest of the people had goosebumps all over their bodies. There was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen's skinny figure again. He was an Emperor's throne powerhouse. Mu Tsaiwei's body trembled violently, and she almost lost her balance. Her mind was filled with all sorts of rumbling sounds that sounded like a tsunami. Brother Yi is an emperor, throne, realm, powerful, expert. Shi Qianhan felt his heart palpitate. Hua Qianren, who was next to him, was also stunned. At that moment, the 9-carving phoenix was filled with hatred. Damn it! Why is this malefic back? It wanted to run away, but it sensed that Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on it. It could not help but smile at Yi Chen. Senior, would you believe me if I said that I was just passing by and came out to bask in the sun? As soon as these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. The people from the Jade Lake sacred land could not believe it. The sacred beast that had protected the Jade Lake sacred land for thousands of years was this despicable. End of this chapter. Chapter 1231. He's an emperor's throne. Mu Kaiwei looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. At that moment, that was the only terrifying thought in her mind. She had stepped onto the path of cultivation from Yi Chen's teachings. She knew very well that an emperor's throne powerhouse was the so-called God transformation stage in the cultivation world. God transformation stage, that was such a distant existence. Thinking to this point, her body trembled violently. Her face was so pale that there was no blood at all, and there was a hint of regret in her heart. Senior, I really just came out to bask in the sun. Seeing that Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on it, the 9 eagle phoenix's ferocity disappeared as if it had turned into a quail. It was not that it had never seen an emperor's throne powerhouse before. After all, the Jade Lake sacred land had always had an emperor's throne powerhouse for thousands of years. However, Yi Chen, an emperor's throne powerhouse, gave it even more pressure. That kind of pressure could not be felt by those whose cultivation base had not reached a certain level. That was also the reason why the people from Violet Lotus Peak could not sense it. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Was this the Jade Lake Sacred Land's mountain guardian beast? Was this the so-called number 1 person below the Jade Lake Sacred Land's holy leader? Yi Chen stared at it coldly for a few seconds before withdrawing his pressure. He said coldly, as the Jade Lake Sacred Land's mountain guardian beast, "Have you seen my daughter?" The 9 eagle phoenix was stunned at first. Then it seemed to have thought of something. It lowered its head and looked at Mu Kaiwei, who was on the ground. It nodded and bowed. "Senior, is this the girl who brought this girl to our Jade Lake Sacred Land a month ago?" That's right. Yi Chen was delighted. The golden feathers on the 9 eagle phoenix's body stood up as it exclaimed, "What did you say? That brat is your daughter." "You've seen her?" Yi Chen asked. The 9 eagle phoenix's face darkened as it gritted its teeth and muttered, "Not only have I seen her, but this brat even pooped on my head." As the mountain guardian beast, it usually turned into a stone statue and stood in front of the mountain gate. However, a month ago was the day when the female disciples of the Jade Lake Sacred Land were cleansed in the Jade Lake. It could not stand the loneliness and sneaked near the Jade Lake. It turned into a stone statue and tried to watch some erotic scenes. Unexpectedly, a brat passed by and pooped on its head. The most hateful thing was that in order to maintain its image, it did not dare to act out. It continued to silently pretend to be a stone statue. It only wanted to wait for the brat to leave before sneaking away. In the end, that naughty kid had a stomachache. 4 hours. The naughty brat's stomach complained for 4 hours straight. Where is she now? Yi Chen suppressed the excitement within him and said, "Bring me there." Senior, the 9 eagle wands face darkened. "I also want to know where she is. I've been looking for her for a whole month." Yi Chen noticed that he did not seem to be doing anything. So he scoffed, "I need a servant." Hearing this, the 9 eagle phoenix's expression instantly changed. "No, I once swept through the world and swept through the desolate antiquity era. How can I be willing to be under someone else?" Yi Chen scoffed. In an instant, a lightning ball condensed in his hand. It produced an ear-piercing crackling sound, and countless lightning bolts spread out with a lightning ball as the center. From afar, he looked like a god that controlled lightning. The arrogant expression in the 9 eagle phoenix's eyes was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a monstrous, murderous aura. "Senior, if you force me to acknowledge you as my master, I can only fight you to the death." Yi Chen said nothing and walked toward the former. Joy flashed in the eyes of countless people from the Jade Lake, Holy Land, who had already lost all hope. If the 9th master fought with his life on the line, he should be able to defeat this brat. In that case, they might have a chance to counterattack. However, when Yi Chen was less than 3 meters away from the 9 eagle phoenix, the latter withdrew its aura and said straightforwardly, "Greetings, master!" After saying that, it actually spat out its own soul blood without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. "Interesting." Yi Chen took the soul blood and swallowed it. His eyes flickered as he said, "From now on, you're my mount. If you have any intention of disobeying me, I'll destroy your soul." As soon as his gaze landed on the 9 eagle phoenix's eyes, the bird immediately felt that his gaze was like 2 heavenly swords that pierced its heart, causing it to tremble. It immediately shook its head, respectfully. "I wouldn't dare." Although it said this, it was filled with hatred in its heart. Since the establishment of the Jade Lake sacred ground until now, I don't know how many Emperor's throne sacred lords I have killed. Even though you are younger than the average Emperor's throne powerhouses, you have at most 2,000 years left in your lifespan. I still have a lot of lifespan left. After you die, I will be free. As it thought of this, it immediately grinned without a trace. It felt as if all its meridians were connected, and its heart was at peace. "Bring me to the forbidden area." Yi Chen glanced at him calmly and leaped onto his back. Just this glance alone caused the former's heart to beat wildly. He obediently spread his wings and flew towards the forbidden area of the Jade Lake sacred land. Everyone present could only watch helplessly. An expert of the Jade Lake Holy Land trembled and said, What should we do now? We are no match for a strong cultivator of the Emperor's throne realm. That brat barging into the forbidden area will definitely alert the Divine Lord." At that time, the other expert's face was filled with hatred. "Let's go follow him." Peak Master Violet Lotus's expression was extremely complicated. He ordered and followed behind Yi Chen from afar. The rest hesitated for a moment before following him. Just as the elder of the Jade Lake sacred land had said, Yi Chen barging into the forbidden area of the Jade Lake sacred land would definitely alert the Divine Lord, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. No one was willing to miss such an unparalleled scene. In an instant, most of the people present had left. Mu Kai Wei was still standing there in a daze, as if she had not woken up from the previous scene. Shi Qianhan walked over slowly with the princess of the Great Xia dynasty, Hua Qianren. The former looked at Mu Kai Wei with a complicated expression and said softly, Ms. Mu, what do you think now? Before this, he had already known Mu Kaiwei. The woman before him had waited for Yi Qin for a year. He thought that she was one of the rare, extraordinary women in the world. Unexpectedly, she had only joined the Jade Lake sacred land for a month, and she had already undergone such a huge change. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, how could he believe it? Mu Tsaiwei's body stiffened as if she had lost her soul. Only a stream of tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. Was I wrong? Was I really wrong? In the forbidden area of the Jade Lake sacred land, in the sky, a peerless, ferocious bird carried Yi Qin and landed above the forbidden area, causing the air to tremble. Master, the forbidden area is below us. The nine-eagle phoenix spoke in human language. This place is extremely mysterious. Although I've lived in the Jade Lake sacred land for countless years, I've never entered the forbidden area. Yi Qin landed from its body and looked down at the cliff below. His gaze was extremely bright. Then he threw a punch with all his might. Open. End of this chapter. Chapter 1232. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a loud bang rang out, and a valley appeared on the cliff. The two cliffs of the valley split into two sides. Immediately, a peerless, immortal valley was revealed. Surging essence energy of heaven and earth gushed out from the entrance of the valley, accompanied by dazzling white holy radiance. It was like the place where the sun resided. What dense essence energy of heaven and earth! The nine-carving phoenix transformed into a bald man. Its eyes shone as it sized up the valley that had suddenly appeared. Its rough face was moved. It had lived in the Jade Lake sacred land for so long, and only at this moment did it know that this so-called forbidden area was so mysterious. Damn it, the previous holy masters are so unkind. I've worked so hard to protect you all for so many years. If you don't share such a fertile place with me, you deserve to die in front of me. It cursed to itself. The tens of thousands of people behind it were also stunned by this scene. Even the Violet Lotus Peak Master and the other members of the Jade Lake sacred land were no exception. Brother Yi, this is the Jade God Valley. Shi Qianhan walked out from the crowd and said with a solemn expression, Rumor has it that the first sacred lord of the Jade Lake sacred ground was known as the Jade Lake Old Deity. When this person suppressed the primordial era, he plundered countless treasures in the valley and even created Tao patterns to prevent others from entering. I've heard about it from my father. Behind him, the eyes of the great Xia dynasty's imperial daughter, Hua Qianren, flickered nonstop. Senior Yi, you have to be careful. This generation's holy master of the Jade Lake has existed for even longer than my father. He's also the most low-key. Yi Qin closed his eyes and sensed everything between heaven and earth. He sensed the dispensable familiarity in the valley. Then he opened his eyes and was secretly happy. That girl's aura! Let's go! He glanced at the nine-carving phoenix behind him and Xiaohei who had followed him. Then he walked firmly into the immortal valley. Girl, Daddy is here to save you. My good daughter. Daddy won't let you be separated from me this time. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. At this moment he was domineering and decisive. A terrifying battle intent surged from his body, almost encompassing the entire world. Xiaohei followed without hesitation, but the nine-eagle wand did not move. Its eyes kept turning. I don't know if this brat is a match for that old fellow. If he isn't, then wouldn't I be in an awkward position? After hesitating for a moment, it chose to follow them in the end. It was for no other reason than that the spirit energy within the gorge was too dense. Seeing the three of them enter the valley, some people from the Jade Lake Holy Land wanted to follow them. Halt! Shi Qianhan's aura erupted as he stared coldly at that person. If you take another step forward, you'll die. Shi Qianhan. That person was instantly enraged, and his expression was extremely gloomy. This is my Jade Lake, sacred ground. What right do you have to restrict us? Bang! He hadn't even finished speaking when he was sliced into two by a strand of sword chi. He didn't even have the time to scream. "Why are you arguing with this old fart?" The imperial daughter of the great Xia dynasty, Hua Qianren, put away a sword pellet and pouted. "Just kill him with one strike." The other powerhouses from the Jade Lake Holy Land were furious, but they did not dare to attack Shi Qianhan and Hua Qianren. After all, most of their powerhouses had been slaughtered by Yi Qin. Although the remaining people were not afraid of Shi Qianhan and Hua Qianren, they were afraid of the background behind them. That brat barged into the forbidden area. He'll definitely die. Someone had a venomous expression. The valley was filled with vitality. The vegetation was lush, and the towering mountain peak stood like a sword. Above it, a silver waterfall hung upside down, and occasionally beasts would run in the forest. Strange phenomena lingered between the mountains, and dense mist surged. Ancient herbs grew one after another, as if it was a place where immortals lived. One could faintly smell the fragrance of exotic fruits. Damn it, King bastards. The 9 eagle wands' eyes turned red as he walked. He cursed in his heart. King previous holy masters. I'm in the sect, enduring the wind and rain. Yet you guys come here to enjoy yourselves. Just you wait. I'll dig your graves later. Even though he said that, his hands and feet were extremely agile. Every time he passed by a place, he would take away the precious fruits and ancient herbs. Yi Chen walked slowly in the valley. He realized that his divine consciousness could only cover a radius of 300 meters. Looks like this is a small world that was created by itself. But so what? Even if I have to break this small world today, I'll find my daughter. That was what he thought. He did not stop walking. As he went deeper, the fog in the valley became thicker and thicker. In the end, he could not even see his fingers. "Master, be careful." Xiao He followed closely, looking around vigilantly. "Back off." Yi Qin suddenly pushed him away. Subsequently, he slammed his palm hard at the southeast corner. Rumble, a loud sound split the sky, shaking the entire valley as if it could not withstand it and was about to collapse. An extremely old figure slowly appeared in the fog. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and he stood there like a peerless old immortal. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. Jade Lake Holy Master. Xiao He was immediately on guard. Yi Qin and the 9 Eagle Phoenix said at the same time, "He's not." Then the 9 Eagle Phoenix stared coldly at the old man with the horsetail whisk, seemingly surprised. "He's the first elder of the Jade Lake Holy Land, Li Muxian." King past Holy Masters. Even that old man Li Mubai can come in, but he won't let me in. It was getting more and more indignant. Yi Chen looked at the old man coldly. "Another one who's here to die?" The old man took a deep look at the 9 Eagle Phoenix and shouted softly, 9 Eagle Phoenix, you brought outsiders into the Jade Lake's forbidden area without permission. Wait for the Holy Master's punishment." The 9 Eagle Phoenix's expression was terrible. Subsequently, the old man looked at Yi Chen again. "Young man, forget about the last time you tried to barge into the Jade Lake's forbidden area. You've killed many people this time. You've crossed the line. You hid my daughter and stopped me from meeting her. Don't you deserve to be killed?" Yi Chen said coldly. The old man shook his head lightly. "Your daughter is still alive and doing well. As long as you don't do anything rash, I'll naturally bring you to see her." With that, he flicked his horsetail whisk and slowly turned around to walk forward. "Follow me." "Master, be careful of a trap," Xiao He said instinctively. Yi Chen shook his head and took a step forward. He followed the old man closely, prepared to attack without hesitation if the old man acted rashly. An hour later, the group arrived at a special Pure Land. Vegetation flourished, and ancient trees towered into the sky. "Your daughter is there." The old man pointed into the distance. Yi Chen looked in the direction where he was pointing. He saw a young figure swinging in the forest between 2 ancient trees in the distance. He could faintly hear extremely happy laughter. Illusion. The golden pupil flame in Yi Chen's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Subsequently, killing intent swept toward the old man next to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 1233. You're courting death. Yi Chen roared. His white hair danced wildly as he extended his hand. He was determined to kill the old man with the horsetail whisk. However, the moment his hand touched the ladder, an extremely strange smile appeared on the latter's face. In the next moment, the old man's body disappeared. Rumble! In an instant, the world turned upside down. The sky turned dark, and the valley shook as if the sky had collapsed. Even the 9 eagle phoenixes' expression changed drastically. Back off! Yi Chen waved his sleeve and sent the person flying. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. A mountain that was 50 to 60 meters tall descended from the sky and smashed heavily at Yi Chen. Break! Yi Chen roared in rage and threw a punch upwards. Clang! His punch was actually unable to penetrate the black mountain peak. In fact, it even caused waves of dazzling fiery light to surge from it. Rumble! Under Xiao He and the 9 eagle phoenixes' shocked gazes, Yi Chen was suppressed by the black mountain directly. Only his head was exposed. Master! Xiao He's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly pounced over and climbed onto the mountain wall with both hands, trying to lift the entire mountain. However, he realized that the black mountain that was only 50 to 60 meters tall was extremely heavy. What terrified him the most was that as soon as he approached the black mountain, he could feel the true origin energy in his body flowing uncontrollably into the black mountain. Roar! Yi Chen roared. His body emitted golden divine light as his body expanded. He seemed to have turned into a Taowu that wanted to break the mountain on his back. As his body expanded, the black mountain expanded as well. It emitted 5-colored divine light and became heavier and heavier, suppressing him seamlessly. 5 elemental essence fused mountain. Yi Chen's eyes focused. There was a mysterious item in the cultivation world called the essence fused stone. Even if it was only the size of a fist, it weighed thousands of kilograms. It was divided into the 5 attributes of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, and it could devour the energy of the corresponding attribute. The 5 elemental essence fused mountain was formed by many types of essence fused stones. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be sucked dry if he faced the 5 elemental essence fused mountain for a long time. It could be said that such an existence was rare even in the cultivation world. Usually, it would cause a bloodbath as soon as it appeared because the essence-fused mountain could be used to cultivate a technique called the essence-fused divine light. Pa, pa, pa! As soon as Yi Chen said that, a round of applause sounded in the air. The next moment, the old man with the horsetail whisk from before appeared slowly. He walked toward Yi Chen while clapping. With such knowledge, it's no wonder you managed to cultivate to Emperor's throne at such a young age. It's you! Black's eyes were bloodshot as he charged toward the former with a monstrous, murderous aura. Die! Bang! The old man waved his sleeves and sent him flying. He smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, you are no match for me." The 9 eagle phoenix instinctively wanted to attack. Evil creature! The old man with the horsetail whisk shouted angrily, "This brat is currently being suppressed by our Jade Lake Sacred Ground Supreme Treasure, the divine essence-fused mountain. He no longer has the strength to move. Do you want to repeat your mistake?" The 9 eagle wand stopped immediately. It looked at Yi Chen and the old man with the horsetail whisk from time to time. It seemed to be hesitating. The old man with the horsetail whisk looked at Yi Chen slowly. A smile appeared on his old face. This mountain was moved here by the founder of the Jade Lake Sect after hundreds of years of hard work. Do you think that this mountain doesn't look big, but it's extremely heavy? It's even heavier than a giant mountain? Do you think that the cultivation in your body is being devoured by this mountain crazily, and you can't suppress it at all? He approached Yi Qin step by step and said without any pressure. In reality, the founder discovered this strange thing back then. It caused him to be trapped in the divine essence-fused mountain for the second half of his life, unable to take a step out. In the end, he was squeezed dry. For thousands of years, the Emperor's throne powerhouses of the Jade, Lake, Sacred Ground have never lost their status. We used this mountain to suppress the Emperor's throne powerhouses. Yi Qin looked at him calmly when he heard that. You lured me here on purpose to suppress me? Of course. The old man with the horsetail whisk nodded slightly and squatted down to look at him. I'm not an emperor's throne, so I'm no match for you. I can only use this method to suppress you here. Most importantly, you've stepped into the emperor's throne at such a young age. You must have many secrets. There was a burning look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qin. If you know what's good for you, tell me the secret. Perhaps I'll leave your corpse intact. Isn't the leader of the Jade Lake, Sacred Ground, also at the Emperor's throne? Yi Qin's eyes flickered as he said, Logically speaking, I'm at the same level as him. Moreover, this is his territory. He has complete confidence in fighting me. Why did he send you to set me up? The old man did not say a word. Yi Qin said again, If I'm not wrong, you, the Jade Lake Sacred Master, can't leave either, right? To be precise, he doesn't have the ability to deal with me, so he sent you. So what if you're right? The old man sneered. To tell you the truth, the Jade Lake Sacred Master is at the end of his life. He has stopped caring about the outside world. Perhaps the heavenly Tao has taken pity on him and allowed him to meet your daughter before he passed away. His expression was ferocious, like a hungry tiger that was about to devour humans. Your daughter's body is too good. She's so pure at such a young age, and her talent is superb. She even has a drop of God's blood protecting her. Yi Qin's expression turned grim when he heard that. You're courting death! Although he had guessed that the Jade Lake Sacred Master coveted the little girl, he did not expect this dying old monster to want to possess her. For such a perfect body. The old man laughed sinisterly. The Sacred Master is overjoyed because not only can he break free from the restrictions of his body, but he can also live another life. If he refines the drop of God's blood in your daughter's body, he might even be able to reach the legendary Earth immortal stage. Hearing that, the 9-Condor Phoenix felt its body turn cold. Clearly, it was shocked by the ambition of the current Jade Lake Sacred Master. Live another life. She was going to break the shackles of life and death. Are you angry but powerless? The old man could not help but smile proudly when he saw Yi Qin's furious gaze. And your arrival has helped me. If I find out the secret in your body, I can also reach the Emperor's throne stage. The heavens are really blessing my Jade Lake. He laughed maniacally. Rumble! As he laughed, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. He could not help but look down. He saw that Yi Qin, who was initially suppressed, had broken free. Why you? The smile on his face froze as if he had seen a ghost. How did you break free? Impossible, this is impossible. Even an emperor's throne powerhouse can't break free if he's suppressed. Yi Qin looked at him calmly and smirked all of a sudden. Firstly, I'm not at the emperor's throne stage that you mentioned. Secondly, I'd like to thank you for giving me a suitable weapon. Thirdly, thank you for telling me about my daughter's situation. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and formed hand seals with both hands. He formed a seal in the air and shot a green spell at the Divine Origin magnetic mountain that was 60 meters tall in front of him. Boom! The Divine Origin magnetic mountain shook violently. Shrink! Yi Qin shouted softly. Rumble! The Divine Origin magnetic mountain immediately shrank. Shrink! Shrink! Under the shocked gazes of the old man and the 9-Condor Phoenix, the Divine Origin magnetic mountain obediently turned into the size of a palm and was held in Yi Qin's hand. Blurg! The old man spat blood repeatedly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible! This is impossible! Old man, to thank you, I'll grant you death. Yi Chen held the Divine Origin magnetic mountain and smashed it hard. The Divine Origin magnetic mountain that was originally the size of a palm expanded in the wind, turning into a huge mountain that was 50 to 60 meters tall. It directly smashed the old man into meat paste. End of this chapter. Chapter 1234. Rumble, boom, boom, boom. Outside the Jade God Valley, many Jade Lake sacred land powerhouses and tens of thousands of people who came to watch the ceremony listened to the earth-shattering commotion coming from the valley in shock. Many people's faces turned pale. This was because such a commotion shook the 9 heavens, and it contained enough power to defeat any 9 revolution martial saint. After an unknown period of time, the commotion gradually subsided, as if the world had quietened down. Someone's lips moved slightly. "Why is there no movement?" Someone exclaimed. "Could it be that Yi has been suppressed by the Jade Lake's sacred leader?" No one spoke. Yi Chen was peerless and had shocked the past and present. His thunderous methods earlier had shocked them to the point that they were only left with respect. Ha ha ha! A Jade Lake sacred land powerhouse immediately laughed out loud. "I've said it before. That brat trespassed the forbidden area and will definitely die." That's right. He'll never know how powerful the sacred leader is and what kind of great secrets are hidden in the forbidden area. Another Jade Lake sacred land elder was extremely proud. What a pity. Peak Master Violet Lotus sighed with a complicated expression. In the future, an existence that can help our middle ground and even the entire ancient desolate realm was ultimately defeated by our Jade Lake sacred land. Shi Qianhan fell silent when he heard this. A few seconds later, he rushed into the valley without any regard for his own safety. He was very determined. The imperial daughter of the great Xia dynasty, Hua Qianren, hesitated for a moment before following him. "Elder Violet Lotus, let's go in." The pale Mu Kai Wei glanced at the valley with her hollow eyes and said blankly, "No matter what, I knew him after all. I should collect his corpse." Saintess, a powerhouse, frowned and said, "That brat cultivated to the Emperor's throne stage at such a young age. He must have a secret. His corpse is only allowed to be left in our Jade Lake sacred land." That's right. Another person sneered. "I see that this brat's physical body is terrifyingly strong. Perhaps we can use a secret technique to refine his body into an emperor's throne puppet. At that time, our Jade Lake sacred land's combat power will definitely increase greatly." Everyone suggested at once. Mu Kai Wei sighed softly. In the end, she shook her head and ran into the valley. "Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, so what if you've reached beginner's soul, transformation stage first? You're just one person after all, and your enemy is the entire Jade Lake Holy Land." When everyone stepped into the valley, they saw Yi Chen being suppressed under a mountain that was 50 to 60 meters tall. Then what? Countless people were horrified by this. How could a mere mountain suppress an emperor's throne? What's that? The Violet Lotus Peak Master was greatly shocked. He stared blankly at the mountain, then suddenly gasped. "I heard that the divine lord of cult creation once gathered a divine mountain from outer space that could suppress the emperor's throne. Now that I've seen it, I didn't expect it to be true." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into an uproar. A divine mountain that could suppress an emperor's throne. The Jade Lake Sacred Grounds powerhouse laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! This brat was suppressed by the great elder's divine mountain. There was no need for the sacred leader to make a move. Great elder is invincible. This brat has killed too many experts of my Jade Lake Sacred Ground. He has finally received the retribution he deserves." The disciples of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground were filled with resentment. "Brother Yi," Shi Qianhan's eyes widened. Even though she was prepared, when Mu Kai Wei saw the great elder's smug smile and the scene of Yi Chen being suppressed, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart for no reason. Then she said blankly, Why do I feel so much pain? No, it's Yi Chen's loss that he doesn't believe me. Her gaze struggled for a few times before it was suddenly replaced by ruthlessness. The scene before me proves that what I said earlier was for his own good. Moreover, he has already severed all ties with me. As long as Yi Chen apologizes to me, I might be able to plead with the great elder and the sacred leader. I'll only cripple his cultivation base and not kill him. Thinking to this point, she was about to walk over. However, the scene in the next moment left her and everyone else dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Chen suddenly broke free from the divine mountain. Subsequently, he used some unknown method to shrink the divine mountain that was 50 to 60 meters tall and held it in his hand. Rumble. With a loud bang, the great elder was crushed to death by Yi Chen with the divine mountain under everyone's shocked gazes. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at the skinny figure holding the divine mountain. They felt extremely shocked. The great elder is dead. After a long time, everyone from the Jade Lake Holy Land finally reacted. Countless people trembled, and their voices trembled. Master! Several martial saint elders from the Jade Lake Holy Land roared. Their eyes were filled with sorrow as they charged at Yi Chen. It could be said that many of the elders present were the great elder Li Muxian's disciples. Now that their master had been killed, how could they maintain their rationality? Yi, I'll fight you to the death. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. In an instant, a total of 5 martial saint elders burned their vitality frantically. They attacked Yi Chen fearlessly. The soaring aura almost caused the Jade God Valley to collapse. You're courting death. With a thought, Yi Chen controlled the refined 5-element origin magnet mountain and charged over. He killed all 5 of them forcefully and destroyed their souls. The 5 martial saint elders were instantly turned into ashes, causing the rest to calm down. They looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a devil. All of you die too. Murderous intent surged in Yi Chen's eyes. He controlled the 5-element origin magnet mountain and charged at the Jade Lake Holy Land powerhouses coldly and mercilessly. Some were terrified, some were roaring, and some were begging for mercy. Rumble! The ground was stained with blood, covering the sky and earth, causing the immortal valley to appear much more miserable in everyone's eyes. Crazy, this brat is crazy. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the Holy Lord and being punished by the heavens? Saintess, please save me. You know that brat. Quickly plead with him and ask him not to kill me. All sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls intertwined. Mu Kai Wei watched this scene in fear. Seeing that the Holy Land powerhouses around her were decreasing, she could not help but berate, "Enough, Yi Chen!" Yi Chen stopped and looked at her coldly. Mu Tsaiwei's heart could not help but tremble when she met his almost unfamiliar gaze. Then she bit her lip and said, "Don't kill anymore. They're all my sect elders and fellow disciples." Yi Chen stared at her. His eyes were as cold as ice. "Your life and death have nothing to do with me, let alone them." Such heartless words caused Mu Tsaiwei's face to turn pale. She said with a trembling voice, "Do you know the consequences of doing this? The price is that you'll become the enemy of Middle Prefecture. By then, there'll be no place for you in this world. Yi Chen, you've become a demon." She was almost roaring, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. "If you like Evil Dad in the City, please collect. Evil Dad in the City." Chapter 1235. What a demon! Instead, he laughed out loud and said, "Obsession is suffering. I'll become a demon with a single thought. I'm obsessed. I want to become a demon." With that, he slapped down and killed another dozen people from the Jade Lake Holy Land. In this world, those who kill will always be killed. Those who seek revenge and those who kill are just standing on opposite ends of the stage. You've really become a demon. Mu Tsaiwei's body trembled violently, and her face was terrifyingly pale. It seemed like it was her first time meeting him. Yi Chen ignored her. Instead, he glanced at the remaining people from the Jade Lake, Holy Land. Then he looked at the sky and shouted like thunder, "Rats hiding in the dark, why aren't you coming out? Do you believe that I'll flatten your Jade Lake?" Boom! All of a sudden, a mighty divine might descended from the void, tearing a crack in the air. Ah! A large hand that looked like a dragon's claw suddenly reached out from the crack. It quickly grabbed Mu Kaiwei and rushed into the crack. You finally couldn't hold it in. Yi Chen threw a punch. It stretched for 3,000 meters and landed heavily on the large hand. Accompanied by a muffled groan, a blood-colored light appeared in the sky. However, Mu Tsaiwei's figure disappeared. Did the Holy Lord make a move? A hint of ecstasy flashed across the despairing eyes of the remaining people from the Jade Lake, Holy Land. Xiao He said coldly, "Master, did he run away?" "No, he's still in the Immortal Valley." Yi Chen scoffed as if he sensed something. Then he looked at the 9 Eagle Phoenix and said coldly, "I didn't care about you watching from the sidelines earlier. Now, I'll give you a chance to find that old thing's exact location." This was a small world controlled by the Holy Lord of the Jade Lake, Holy Land. It would be very difficult for Yi Chen to find the other party immediately. The 9 Eagle Phoenix's lips moved slightly. "You've lived in the Jade Lake, Holy Land for so many years. It's impossible that you don't know the secrets of the Jade God Valley," Yi Chen interrupted. "If you continue to shirk your responsibility, I'll destroy your soul, and you'll never be able to reincarnate." The 9 Eagle Phoenix gritted its teeth and said, "The Jade Lake Holy Land and I are related. If I find his whereabouts, you can't force me to attack." "Sure." Yi Chen nodded. The 9 Eagle Phoenix hesitated for a moment, and then a vertical eye suddenly appeared between its brows. The vertical eye began to burn intensely, releasing a blinding light that burned the entire world. He possessed the bloodline of the Azure Phoenix and Fire Phoenix, and he'd awakened his innate divine ability a long time ago, the golden eyes of fury, and it possessed the ability to see through anything and everything. In this tranquil and holy land, fallen leaves fluttered in the air. Fresh flowers covered the world, and spiritual springs gurgled. Under an ancient golden tree, there was a person dressed in green sitting there. His body carried the aura of the Tao, making it impossible to see his facial features clearly. It was as if he had been petrified. That ancient tree seemed to have lived for many years. Its entire body was bare, and its leaves fell from the old branches with the wind. Within the ancient tree, one could vaguely see a 5- or 6-year-old girl trapped inside. Countless tree vines that resembled the claws of fierce beasts entangled her body. "Daddy," the little girl's body was sparkling, and her face was full of pain. She seemed to be talking in a dream. There was a stream of light flowing through the tree vines and eventually into the body of the green-robed figure. As the void distorted, a holy and beautiful figure appeared before him, revealing Mu Tsaiwei's panicked face. "Sit!" A calm voice came from the green-robed figure. He still did not open his eyes, as if he was not in a hurry. "Holy Lord!" Mu Kaiwei immediately knelt down heavily, her face filled with endless reverence. This was the person who controlled the Jade Lake and was also the god in the hearts of everyone in the Jade Lake sacred ground. As the leaves fluttered, the green-robed figure under the ancient tree was radiant and holy. His tone was very approachable. "Child, are you willing to inherit my mantle?" "Yes, I'm willing." Mu Kaiwei was stunned at first. Then she nodded repeatedly in ecstasy. She seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, "Holy Lord, please save my fellow disciples of the sacred ground." "Child, I already know." The green-robed figure was still calm as he said with a bewitching voice, "Inherit my mantle and rule the world. You will be peerless in your generation and shake the past and present. There seemed to be a great Tao singing in the world." Mu Tsaiwei's gaze gradually became lost, and then she became motionless as if she had lost her soul. There's not much time left. The green-robed figure slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the remaining 3 leaves on the ancient tree. It's difficult to refine God's blood. I can only possess it. 3 incense sticks. I only have 3 incense sticks left. Another leaf fell quietly. Boom! The resplendent divine light pierced through the spatial barrier. The terrifying might was vast and unfathomable, as if it caused the starry sky to tremble. Yi Chen tore through the space with his bare hands and walked through the air. His roar shook the sky, and his eyes shone brightly. How much longer until we arrive? Soon. Golden blood dripped from the vertical eye between the 9 condor phoenix's brows, and its aura was weak as it said, I sensed Feng Baiyu's aura. He's not far from here. The current holy lord of the Jade Lake, sacred ground. Feng Baiyu! In order to unleash the scorching golden pupil, it had expended a lot of energy. It would take at least 100 years to recover from this loss. Yi Chen glanced at it and said, After this, I can help you recover your primordial energy. I can even help you step into the Emperor's throne stage. The 9 condor phoenix immediately felt relieved. It roared angrily and searched even more desperately. Boom! Yi Chen followed the direction of its senses. All along the way, he cut through mountains and water. He was extremely anxious. He sensed his daughter's call. Rumble! At this moment, a golden figure suddenly appeared at the end of the void. With a wave of its hand, it knocked the 9 condor phoenix, who was walking at the front, down to the mortal world. The figure wore a golden battle suit, and her black hair hung down. The pair of eyes on her delicate face was spewing murderous aura, like 2 black holes spewing black gas. Her aura was terrifying, as if she was possessed by an ancient demon god. It was Mu Kaiwei. Yi Chen stopped immediately. It's you. Master. The 9 condor phoenix groaned repeatedly. When it looked at Mu Kaiwei again, its eyes were filled with fear. Devil fetus parasitic medium. She's been used on. The people who followed were also shocked by Mu Kaiwei's change, because the aura that Mu Kaiwei was emitting at that moment was faintly approaching Yi Chen's. Devil fetus parasitic medium? The princess of the great Xia dynasty, Hua Qianren exclaimed. I heard from my father that there was a peerless devil among the previous holy masters of the Jade Lake sacred land. This person created a strange divinity that can parasitize his demonic thoughts in other people's bodies. At this point, she sucked in a breath of cold air and said, The most evil thing about this divinity is that the person who is parasitized will unleash an extremely great potential and his cultivation base will increase. Yi Chen's eyes focused as he stared at Mu Kaiwei, who had changed drastically. He said coldly, Are you still the Mu Kaiwei I know? P.S. There will be an update for the 2nd chapter at night. The rest will be updated in one go. This is the 2nd chapter. If you've only seen the 1st chapter, refresh it or remove the book from the bookshelf and add it to the bookshelf again. The flawless chapter of The Demon Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. Those who like The Demon Nanny in the City, please bookmark The Demon Nanny in the City. Chapter 1236. I'm me. Murderous intent spewed out of Mu Kaiwei's black eyes as she looked at Yi Chen expressionlessly. Yi Chen, the Mu Kaiwei from the past, is already dead. The one standing before you now is the new Mu Kaiwei. You're too sad. Pity flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He shook his head and said, We've known each other for a while. Are you sure you want to fight me today? Mu Kaiwei looked at him blankly. Yi Chen, I have to thank you after all. If not for you, the Holy Master wouldn't have passed his mantle to me and given me such great power. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she was sensing something. A ferocious expression flashed across her face. I'm very powerful now. Since that's the case, let's fight. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and smiled self-deprecatingly. There was a hint of loneliness between his brows. I won't show mercy. He did not expect the relationship between him and Mu Kaiwei to develop to this point. After all, they had a past together. He could not help but feel extremely regretful for the latter's fall. Clang! There was a sound that cut through the silence. The golden battle robe on Mu Tsaiwei's body shone with metallic luster, and a snow-colored spear suddenly appeared in her right hand. The tip of the spear shone brightly, as if it was dazzling. Boom! She waved the snow-colored spear and stabbed it at Yi Chen's neck directly. She did not hold back at all, as if she wanted to kill him with one strike. She was very straightforward and decisive. I introduced you to the path of cultivation. You can be considered half a disciple of mine. Your cultivation level is not as high as mine. Yi Chen scoffed. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and swung his golden fist. Even the person behind you can't kill me, let alone you. Bang! With a loud bang, Mu Kaiwei let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. However, her body was fine. Buzz! At that moment, the murderous aura in her eyes surged again. Behind her, there was a faint black shadow that supported the sky, as if a heavenly demon was chanting. It was an extremely strange change. At that moment, Mu Kaiwei gave off a monstrous feeling. Yi Chen's eyes focused slightly. Is the person behind you finally using his true power? The next moment, he let out a long roar and took the initiative to attack. His battle prowess was boiling as he soared into the sky. Boom! The deafening sound shook the heavens. It was as if there was a huge millstone rumbling forward in the void, and it was surging with power like an ocean that wanted to crush everything. Pooh! Mu Tsaiwei's body swayed as she suffered a heavy injury. She couldn't help but spit out scarlet blood, and her complexion instantly became dispirited. Everyone watched this scene in silence. Mu Tsaiwei's aura was enough to make their hearts tremble. However, she was as weak as an ant in Yi Chen's hands. Too strong. Yi Chen watched the scene expressionlessly. Jade Lake Holy Leader, is this all you've got? Rather than saying that he was exchanging blows with Mu Kaiwei, it would be more accurate to say that he was exchanging blows with the Jade Lake Sacred Leader behind Mu Kaiwei. In the void, after Mu Kaiwei stabilized her figure, a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes as she clenched her fist. Buzz! An extremely strange aura surged out from her body and whistled out. It actually turned into a black and white seal that covered a radius of 3,000 meters in the sky. An indescribably terrifying pressure was emitted from the black and white seal that was nearly 3,000 meters in size. Seal of life and death. Mu Kaiwei let out a merciless roar. The enormous black and white seal whizzed out and suppressed Yi Chen ruthlessly. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed. Humph! Yi Chen scoffed coldly and waved his sleeve. A golden ray of light pierced through the sky. Emperor Brush appeared. He held the Emperor Brush in his hand, and the brush moved like dragons and snakes. It waved in the air without any ink, faintly containing the profundity of the great Tao. Buzz! In an instant he drew the phantom of a golden god. The golden god's divine might was like a prison. It suddenly opened its eyes, as if an ancient existence had awakened at that moment. As the heavenly emperor, I will kill all enemies in the world. The golden phantom was like an ancient god or demon as it pounced forward with the golden truncheons in its hands. Its power was shocking. The two collided intensely, producing terrifying energy fluctuations. Wherever they passed, space collapsed. It was unstoppable. Kacha-kacha! With a violent sound, the enormous black and white seal completely collapsed in an instant. Almost at that moment, the black shadow behind Mu Kaiwei let out a muffled groan and disappeared. The golden god continued to charge forward, and the golden truncheons in its hands smashed heavily on Mu Tsaiwei's shoulders. Bleck! Mu Kaiwei fell like a scarecrow. Her shoulders were almost shattered, and many of her bones were broken. She was severely injured. Disperse! With a thought from Yi Chen, The golden god's shadow turned into nothingness and dissipated between heaven and earth. Kaiwei! With a cry of surprise, Peak Master Violet Lotus dashed over and caught Mu Kaiwei, who had fallen heavily. She could not stop her tears as she said, "How are you?" As she spoke, she took out a medicinal pill and fed it to her. Yi-Chin glanced at her coldly and retracted the killing intent in him. Subsequently, he pounced at a spatial rift that had collapsed in the distance. Cough, cough, cough. Intense coughing came from behind him. Then an extremely weak voice was heard. "Yi-Chin, quick go! He wants to possess Meng Meng." Yi-Chin stopped in his tracks and flew away again. "I am sorry. I'm really sorry." Intermittent cries came from afar. Sure, Chen Han watched silently before walking to Mu Kaiwei's side, as if he wanted to heal her. No need. Mu Kaiwei could not stop spitting blood, and her cheeks were dyed red. She smiled miserably and said, "My meridians are all shattered, and my life force is exhausted. I can't live." As she spoke, her face aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her face was covered in wrinkles, and her long black hair was as withered as a tree. In the blink of an eye, she looked like she had aged dozens of years. "I'll ask Brother Yi to save you." Shi Qianhan stood up and said, "He will definitely save you." "No, don't." Mu Kaiwei grabbed his hand with all her might. She seemed to be overly agitated, and she spat out a mouthful of blood that contained fragments of organs. "IV, let him down. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place." Shi Qianhan looked at her quietly and sighed softly. He had thought more than once that Yi-Chin and the latter were a perfect match. They should be able to be together, but it had turned out like this. It could only be said that fate played tricks on people. Mu Kaiwei looked at the Violet Lotus Peak Master beside her and said with all her might, "Elder Violet Lotus, after I die, wrap my body in a white cloth. I'll have to trouble you to send me back to the Tianfeng Sea area and bury me beside my mother's grave. No, don't let her see me like this. I just want her to retain her impression of me, even if it's just pure hatred." End of this chapter. Chapter 1237. "Kaiwei! Peak Master!" Violet Lotus cried, his eyes red. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you cultivate the so-called supreme emotion-forgetting technique. You're harming yourself and others." Although she had only known Mu Kaiwei for a month, she had long regarded him as her disciple or even her daughter. How could she not be sad when she saw the scene before her? "This is my choice. I don't regret it." Mu Kaiwei turned to look at Shi Qianhan. "Help me tell him that I've prepared a gift for him." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, and his arm drooped down heavily. He no longer breathed. Kaiwei, Peak Master Violet Lotus, was devastated. Many disciples of the Jade Lake Sacred Land also started crying in unison. Ever since Mu Kaiwei entered the Jade Lake Sacred Land for a year, although she was highly regarded by the sect due to her talent, she did not put on any airs when facing ordinary disciples. Under everyone's gaze, a young shadow suddenly shot out from Mu Kaiwei's body. The shadow seemed to be a fetus. The fetus knelt down heavily in the direction where Yi-Chan had gone from afar and began to disappear quickly. There was only a black object about the size of a walnut left in the air. It seemed to be a seed. Shi Qianhan held it in his hand and seemed to have recognized something. He suddenly looked in the direction where Yi-Chan had gone. What's that?" In the Jade God Valley, the only remaining leaf on the ancient tree swayed in the wind, as if it could fall at any time. In the huge tree trunk, a 5-year-old girl was tightly bound by countless vines. Black energy was wrapped around the girl's glabella, as if it was the source of sin or the entrance to hell. Damn it, this bitch, and she actually sacrificed all the essence of her soul to imprison one of my 7 souls, Fu Shi, in her body. Bastard, what a bastard. Furious roars came from between the girl's brows, like the roars of an ancient, ferocious beast. "Bitch, do you think you can stop me from possessing him like this? At most, I'll kill that brat and possess him." A ghostly wail shook the world. Then, a wisp of extremely dense black energy shot out from between the girl's brows. A green-clothed man slowly stood up from under the ancient tree. His hair was completely white, but his skin was as fair and smooth as a baby's. There was no boundless divine might displayed on his body, nor was there any terrifying pressure. There was only a kind of true self that had returned to simplicity, a temperament that truly surpassed all living beings. Boom! Right at this moment, an enormous explosion that sounded like heavenly thunder descended. It shook the heavens and the earth and pierced through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, a thin figure strode over from the sky. He had deep eyes, sword-like brows that extended to his temples, white hair that fluttered in the wind, and a glistening body that made him seem like a supreme god that was walking in the mortal world. The green-clothed man slowly looked at the former. They seemed to be silently looking at each other. After a few seconds, he slowly said, "You came earlier than I expected." Yi Chen looked around and finally noticed the skinny figure on the ancient tree. "Ah!" He let out a long roar. His endless longing and sorrow turned into a soaring, killing intent. It was like the power of thunder that pierced through the sky. He turned to look at the green-robed man, and his voice was so cold that it was suffocating. "You deserve to die!" The green-clothed man was not surprised at all. His expression was calm as he said, "Ask the world who doesn't die, who can obtain eternal life. If I want you to die, you have no choice but to die." Yi Chen roared. His snow-white long hair instantly turned red and danced wildly like wild grass. His voice was extremely cold. He was like a peerless demon lord that had descended to the mortal world. His gaze was terrifying as he charged at the green-clothed man. "Wait." The green-clothed man's expression changed as he frowned and said, "Fellow, are you really going to fight me for a person?" "He's just a mere bloodline descendant. At our level, apart from being unable to take life and death lightly, what else is there for us to be reluctant to part with?" He stared fixedly at Yi Chen. "I'm at the Emperor's throne stage, the Holy Master of Jade Lake, Feng Baiyu. There are only a handful of people like me in the ancient, desolate realm. If I were you, I would put aside my past grudges and be on good terms with me. If we work together, we might be able to unify the ancient, desolate realm and even reach the true Great Tao." His words were extremely bewitching. However, Yi Chen was terrifyingly quiet. His eyes moved as he looked at him quietly. "Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then die." He shouted as his body dove forward, like a resplendent comet, emitting dazzling divine light that caused the surroundings to collapse. His entire body was golden, like an indestructible golden body. He carried a strong killing intent as he charged forward. "Die." Yi Chen clenched his fist. The golden fist seal was burning violently. It was as if a supreme god had descended, wanting to shatter mountains and rivers. If one took a closer look, the fist seal would emit countless rays of golden light. Each ray would forcefully flatten the mountain below him. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Feng Baiyu shouted with a grim expression. His body emitted a holy radiance as he formed a supreme seal. In the blink of an eye, 3 giant phantoms rose into the sky behind him. Each of them was dignified, as if they were going to suppress everything. This was the Emperor's throne stage. One could fuse every divinity into one's body and evolve it into a divinity. Every move one made could burn mountains and boil seas. Rumble! In an instant, heaven and earth shook and space collapsed. It was accompanied by a storm and lightning. The scene was like a battle between ancient gods. Is this the might of an emperor's throne powerhouse? When the people who rushed over witnessed this scene, they all felt fear and shock from the bottom of their hearts. Too powerful, unimaginable. Countless people turned pale and stood far away because even a trace of the aftermath of the battle was enough to kill them tens of thousands of times. Someone was filled with anticipation. Who will win? It must be the master of our Jade Lake Sacred Land. One of the remaining powerhouses in the Jade Lake Sacred Land was extremely resentful. Little bastard Yi is still too young after all. Xiao Hei's fierce eyes stared at him coldly before he charged forward. Old thing, I'll kill you first. Ah, that person screamed and died on the spot. The remaining people looked at Xiao Hei in fear. Their attention had always been on Yi Qin. Only now did they realize that the black-clothed young man before them was not a pushover. In the violent void, Yi Chen's killing intent filled the sky. He punched the sky with both fists, and the might of each attack was like a falling star. Boom, 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 in almost a short span of a breath. The two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 blows, and each blow shattered the void. I can't take it anymore, someone in the crowd shouted. His entire body trembled as he prostrated on the ground. His body was almost deformed from the pressure. End of this chapter. Chapter 1238. Is this the power of an emperor's throne? Shi Qianhan watched this scene from afar, and his deep eyes shone brightly. Boom! Dense killing intent almost overflowed from the depths of Yi Chen's ink-like eyes. He held the sky with both fists, and an unparalleled pressure covered heaven and earth. This punch seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Nothing could be seen, only the dense fist shadows that covered heaven and earth. Humph! Under the intense collision, Feng Baiyu let out a muffled groan and spat a large mouthful of blood as he retreated. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. The Holy Master is injured? How is this possible? Many people from the Jade Lake Sacred Land found it hard to accept. Impossible. The Holy Master is invincible. How could he be injured? This is too terrifying, too terrifying. Not only is this young man surnamed Yi extremely talented, but he can actually suppress the Jade Lake Holy Master. To be able to witness this scene with our own eyes today, even if we die now, we'll be able to die with a smile. Countless people trembled in excitement. The great Xia dynasty's empress stared straight at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes wide open. Her chest heaved up and down. I wonder if my father would be able to defeat this freak if he was here. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Baiyu coughed up blood repeatedly, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. He did not expect to lose to Yi Chen. The truth proved that he had underestimated the young man before him. Congratulations. You've successfully angered me. He smirked coldly, and a light suddenly appeared behind him. It emitted a holy and auspicious glow, a dazzling saber gleam that almost made heaven and earth lose their color, swept through everything and slashed at Yi Chen. Clang! The peerless saber gleam accurately slashed Yi Chen's chest. The terrifying force directly forced Yi Chen to take a few steps back. The vital energy and blood in his body were boiling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there was a faint saber mark on his chest. However, it was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! His terrifying physical body caused an uproar among the spectators in the distance. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What a powerful physical body! Shock flashed through Feng Baiyu's eyes. He had nurtured this saber for hundreds of years. If it was any other emperor's throne powerhouse, they would probably be stained with blood. Thinking to this point, a shocking saber light bloomed from his body again. Let's see how many slashes you can take from me. This saber strike annihilated all light, causing everyone to feel despair and great fear from the bottom of their hearts. Can he handle it? Countless people's hearts were hanging by a thread. Shi Qianhan's lips moved slightly. Brother Yi. Meanwhile, under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen took a step forward. He extended his right hand that was as clear as jade and clenched it gently at the 3,000-meter-long saber gleam. In an instant, his right hand was like the arm of a god. He actually used his body of flesh and blood to grab the 3 kilometers long blade light with his bare hands, causing it to be unable to move. At that moment, the world was silent. shaking the sky blade with his bare hands. At that moment, even Feng Baiyu's expression changed. He seemed to be in disbelief. How is this possible? You can't use a saber like this. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen shattered the saber gleam in his hand. His incomparably indifferent voice pierced Feng Baiyu's heart. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and clenched the void. Blade, come! Boom! Under everyone's gazes, a blade of grass rose from the ground. It shone brightly and unleashed a sky-piercing saber chi. Then it landed in Yi Chen's hand. That's a blade of grass. Everyone was at a loss and shocked at the same time. Ha ha ha. Feng Baiyu was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. Don't tell me you want to kill me with a blade of grass. It's shapeless, but has form, unintentional but intentional. Yi Chen's eyes were calm. He took a step forward, and the absolute heaven blade intent in his hand soared into the sky. A blade of grass can also slash the sun, moon, and stars. Absolute heaven blade technique. First strike, creation as work. He seemed to be murmuring. Rumble. In an instant, the void exploded, and the sun and moon lost their light. At that moment, the smile on Feng Baiyu's face froze, and then all the hairs on his body stood on end. Jade, Lake Divine Robe! He roared angrily. His body suddenly shone like the sun. Kacha! The absolute heaven blade gleam was like a skyline that stretched as far as the eye could see. Feng Baiyu screamed as his entire body was swept away. He lowered his head to look at his chest. The Jade Lake Divine Robe that was known as the #1 spirit treasure in the Jade Lake Holy Land was currently covered in cracks. Kacha, kacha! Following the ear-piercing crisp sound, the divine robe was completely shattered, turning into dust that scattered in the air. Ha ha ha! Feng Baiyu's heart ached, but he laughed out loud. He looked at Yi Chen while panting heavily. It's a pity that you didn't kill me with that strike. Absolute heaven blade technique, second strike. All things are copper, Yi Chen slashed out again. Feng Baiyu's smile froze, and his pupils constricted violently. Hiss, hiss, a blade gleam that was thousands of meters long soared into the sky, splitting the entire void in half. It was like the dividing line between yin and yang and dusk. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen's blade pierced through Feng Baiyu's body with incomparable ease. Bang! Feng Baiyu was split into two on the spot. Even his astral body was shattered. At this moment, the entire world was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the figure holding the blade, and their expressions froze. It was as if they were looking up at a god who stood above the 9 heavens, killing an emperor's throne with 2 slashes. Just how terrifying was this? How is this possible? The Holy Lord is dead? The remaining powerhouses of the Jade Lake Holy Land trembled as they looked at the void in disbelief. That was the master of their Jade Lake Holy Land, an emperor's throne powerhouse. Even in the entire ancient, desolate realm, they were extremely rare existences. Every single one of them had lived for countless years and suppressed a peerless sect or a supreme figure of a dynasty. However, they were killed by Yi Chen with 2 slashes. In an instant, countless people from the Jade Lake Holy Land fell to the ground. Their faces were ashen. It's over. The Jade Lake Holy Land is finished. Brother Yi is too. Shi Qianhan's voice trembled. He did not know how to describe it. The great Xia dynasty's princess, Hua Qianren, looked up at the godlike figure. It's as if I'm seeing the rise of a peerless ruler. The leaders of the forces present trembled and muttered to themselves. From now on, all the heroes of the world will come and pay their respects. Everyone could imagine what kind of shocking waves it would cause when this news spread throughout the entire Middle Continent, or even the entire ancient desolate realm. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen landed on the ground and walked directly to the ancient tree. He looked at the little girl, trapped in the tree trunk, quietly. Then he waved his sleeve and cut off the vines that bound the little girl. The little girl immediately fell into his arms. Looking at his daughter's face, a smile finally blossomed on his cold face. "My good daughter, Daddy is here. No one can bully you now. P.S. Chapter 5. I've finished updating today. I'll continue updating tomorrow. At the same time, I'll apologize for taking leave yesterday. From now on, I'll take at most 1 day off every month. Is that okay? After all, the author is also a human. It's necessary to take a day off every 30 days a month to adjust his condition. Lastly, during the epidemic, you guys are bored at home, but I'm even more bored. I can't go out." End of this chapter. Chapter 1239. The Middle States territory was immeasurably vast, and there were thousands of sects and forces of various sizes. There were empires like the Great Ean Imperial Empire that could suppress an entire region, and peerless sects like the Jade Lake Holy Land. Around the time Yi Chen killed the Jade Lake Sacred Leader, a beautiful palace that looked like a celestial palace stood in the eastern border of the Central Plains. The palace was called the Octagonal Tower. It was different from the other sections. They were good at gathering information. Their forces covered the entire Central Plains and even every corner of the ancient barren world. There was a rumor in the Jianghu mountain that there was only a price that you could not afford, and there was no information that the Octagonal Tower could not find. From this, one could see the influence of the Octagonal Tower in the ancient barren world. At this moment, the Octagonal Tower was full of people. Countless forces and giants had gathered here. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, seemingly talking loudly. On the 9th floor of the Octagonal Tower, dozens of figures with powerful auras sat facing each other. If there were outsiders present, they would be shocked to find that the people present were all giants of the various clans and sects in the ancient barren world. For example, the deputy leader of the Clear Sky Sword Sect, the Grand Elder of the Floating Island, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Beard Grotto Heaven, the sect leader of the Heavenly Tao Sect, the Martial Spirit House of the Lan Province, and so on. It could be said that any one of these people could shake the Central Plains with a stomp of their feet. At this moment, an elder in green stroked his beard and smiled. "Everyone, what do you think the Jade Lake Sacred Lady will rank on the Mountain River list after she comes out of seclusion?" He was an elder of the Dongfang family, a martial saint of the 9th Revolution, and was known as the Zephyr Thunder Taoist. The Dongfang family was only limited to the peerless sects like the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Logically speaking, the Jade Lake meeting had nothing to do with them, but everyone present had sent messengers to watch the ceremony. The younger generation would compete in secret, and the older generation was no exception. Although they would not resort to violence, they could set up a bet and everyone would bet on each other. This way, they would gain face and benefits. As the Zephyr Thunder Taoist spoke, the rest of the people looked thoughtful, as if they were secretly weighing the information they had obtained. Finally, one of them shook his head and said, "It's hard to say before Jade Lake's Holy Maiden went into closed-door cultivation. She was already ranked 10th in the Mountain River list. It is said that Jade Lake Sacred Grounds bestowed the 5-colored sun lotus that blooms once every 500 years to her, and I am afraid that she will reach the martial saint realm." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes narrowed. 5-colored radiant sun lotus? Only the rich and imposing Jade Lake Sacred Ground would be able to take out such a divine object. Moreover, it was given to a disciple. It doesn't matter if the Jade Lake's Holy Virgin succeeds in her breakthrough. A brocade-robed old man smiled indifferently. "In my opinion, he can't threaten the position of our Haotian sword sects, Li Qingtan." Zephyr Thunder glanced at the former and smiled bitterly. "Headmaster Xianyuan is right. Who doesn't know that Li Qingtan of the Haotian sword clan is known as the sword maniac? Even the geniuses of the entire ancient barren world dare not compete with him in swordsmanship." Speaking till here, he could not help but pause for a moment, then continued. "Furthermore, Li Qingtan was the first on the Mountain River list before this, if not for the dragon subduing Hall Shirchenhan, Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that the old man's expression was a little unsightly. He immediately knew that he had made a slip of the tongue and could only smile bitterly to cover up his embarrassment. "Everyone, I just heard a rumor from Octagonal Tower's Deacon Wu." At this time, the experts of the immovable light sect said with a smile that was not a smile, "It is said that the direct disciple of old man Yi Jian, Lung Xing, was killed by a young man." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Dao, being Zephyr Thunder's gaze froze in extreme surprise. Brother Gulin, who killed old man Yi Jian's personal disciple. The others couldn't help but look at Gulin. Old man Yi Jian's status was equal to theirs, and now that his disciple had been killed, how could they not be concerned? Meeting everyone's gaze, Gulin laughed mockingly. "I heard that it's a junior called Yi Qin. This person ordered his servant to kill Lung Xing at the Mountain River banquet. After that, Elder Yi Jian broke out of closed-door cultivation and personally rushed to the Jade Lake, sacred land. Even old man Yi Jian has personally come out from his cultivation retreat. Looks like this matter has caused quite a stir. I wonder how this will end up." Someone gently closed the lid of the teacup and said with a slight frown, with old man Yi Jian's vengeful character, "The outcome of that Yi Jr. can be imagined. Unless he has a terrifying background. Yi Qin? Why have I never heard of it?" Dao, being Zephyr Thunder, secretly considered for a moment. After confirming that there was no such paragon in the Dongfang family, he could not help but look at the person beside him. "Elder Fu, are you from your Thunderyong Hall?" "There is no such person in the Thunderyong Hall." That person hurriedly shook his head, afraid that he would be implicated. "There's no such person in our sect either." "That's strange. Logically speaking, if this person's servant could kill Lung Xing, then his strength must not be low. He shouldn't be so unknown," the others frowned. Gulin smiled wryly after noticing everyone's reaction. "Everyone, according to Deacon Wu of the Octagonal Tower, this junior named Yi Qin has no background at all. He's just close to the Dusk State's Hu clan. Xuanzhou's Hu family? Is it the descendant of the Emperor Rin Tu from Xianzhou 5,000 years ago?" Someone was shocked at first. Then he smiled and said, "However, that Emperor Rin Tu has long fallen. After thousands of years, the Hu family has been getting worse with each generation, and they can only hide in Xianzhou. The Hu family can't even protect themselves now. They actually dared to provoke old man Yi Jian. They're simply courting death." Vice sect leader Xian Yuan of the Clear Sky Sword Sect sneered. "As for that junior surnamed Yi, he will definitely die. If I had known about this earlier, I might have ordered Li Qingtan of the Clear Sky Sword Sect to kill him. It could be considered a favor to old man Yi Jian. He's just a nameless junior. How can it be your Clear Sky Sword Sect's sword fanatics' turn to make a move?" The Dongfang family's Taoist Zephyr Thunder also stroked his beard and smiled. "It's easy for my Dongfang family's Dongfang Yi to kill such a nameless person." "Fellow Taoists, you think too highly of this person." Gulin of the Immovable Light sect shook his head slightly, as if he was disdainful. "My Immovable Light sect's Immovable Light King Chunishio is on par with your sect's Li Qingtan and Dongfang Yi. They are all geniuses on the Mountain River list. Killing such a person will only lower our status." Brother Gu is right. Vice sect leader Xian Yuan and Taoist Zephyr Thunder nodded repeatedly. The rest of the people knew that they were showing off, but they had no choice but to listen expressionlessly. However, their hearts were filled with jealousy. At this moment, the formation in the room suddenly blossomed with light, and a scroll tore through the air. Everyone in the room immediately stood up, their eyes faintly filled with anticipation. Was there finally news from the Jade Lake Sacred Land? There's been a change in the Jade Lake meeting. A junior named Yi Qin fought against Dongfang Yi, Li Qingtan, Chunyu Xiao, the Great Yin's crown prince Yin Zhaoyang, and the Great Qi's crown prince Jiang Yichen. He killed Chunyu Xiao with one palm, killed Dongfang Yi with one hand, killed Jiang Yichen with one punch, killed Li Qingtan with one sword, killed Yin Zhaoyang with one palm. In an instant, the room was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The dozens of powerhouses in the octagonal tower were all shocked by this shocking news. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Those were 5 peerless geniuses. In the future, they would be in charge of 5 peerless sects, and it was extremely likely that they would reach the legendary emperor's throne stage. However, they had been killed, and all of them had died by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The dead silence in the room was suddenly broken by an extremely sharp and angry voice. It was the deputy sect master of the great Heaven Sword sect, Xian Yuan, who had been talking loudly earlier. At that moment, the latter's expression was extremely gloomy. His brows were filled with disbelief and even anger. That's right, this is absolutely impossible. Taoist Zephyr Thunder from the Dongfang family forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and roared. The octagonal tower must have made a mistake. They must have made a mistake. One had to know that the Dongfang family had poured too much effort and hope into Dongfang Yi. How could he accept this outcome? Let's go. Follow me to find Deacon Wu and ask him why he lied to us. The immovable light sect's powerhouse, Gu Lin, was furious. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave the room. Creak! At that moment, the door of the room was opened from the outside. Under everyone's gaze, a man in a black robe with a sharp nose slowly walked in. It was Deacon Wu of the octagonal tower. The former scanned the crowd with a solemn expression. Everyone, I can guarantee with my life that this news is not mixed with any lies. Nonsense. Gu Lin interrupted him and laughed out of extreme anger. Didn't your octagonal tower say that this junior with the surname Yi has no background and is only close to the Hu family? Deacon Wu's expression did not look too good either. I'm sorry, this is indeed a mistake in our octagonal tower's information. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this person has some background, how could he kill 5 paragons by himself? Taoist Zephyr Thunder sneered. Moreover, Yin Zhaoyang, the crown prince of Great Yin, and Jiang Yichen, the crown prince of Great Qi, are among them. Both of them have the life-saving techniques of emperors' throne powerhouses. That's because this Yi Qin is a 9-revolution martial saint. At that moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. Subsequently, a gray-robed man floated in like a ghost. The man wore a mask, making it impossible to see his true face. Deacon Wu immediately bowed. Greetings, master! Greetings, Elder Pan. At that moment, even Taoist Zephyr Thunder, Gu Lin, and the rest could not help but bow slightly. They cupped their fists and bowed. That was because the person who came was the true owner of the octagonal tower. He was extremely mysterious. No one knew what he looked like, nor did anyone know his real name. They all called him Elder Pan. The deputy sect master of the Clear Sky Sword sect, Xian Yuan, stared at the former, Elder Pan. Did you just say that this junior with the surname Yi is a 9-revolution martial saint? Whoosh! Everyone turned to look at Elder Pan. Elder Pan nodded lightly. That's right. Whoosh! An uproar broke out in the originally quiet room. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with disbelief. 9-revolution martial saint, Gu Lin muttered. How is this possible? They might have doubted Deacon Wu's words, but they had no choice but to believe Elder Pan, the owner of the octagonal tower. Humph! Taoist Zephyr Thunder harumphed coldly, his eyes surging with killing intent. So what if he's a 9-revolution martial saint? If he dares to kill the geniuses of our sects, even a 9-revolution martial saint will die. That's right. This person is bullying the weak by relying on his martial arts. He's truly audacious. Does he think that no one from our sects is here? We must kill him to restore our dignity. Gu Lin and Vice sect Master Xuanyuan's killing intent surged. A 9-revolution martial saint was indeed powerful, but the sects behind them also had 9 revolution martial saints. The rest shook their heads secretly as if they were certain that Yi Chun was a dead man. After all, he had offended more than one sect. Right at this moment, the formation light screen in the room shook violently. An octagonal tower's Marshal Saint executive rushed in a panic, holding a scroll in his hand and shouting hysterically. Shake! The entire world is shaking. Yi Chun fought the Jade Lake sacred land alone and killed 9 Revolution Marshal Saints like pigs and dogs. In the end, he even killed the Jade Lake Holy Master in the Jade God Valley with 2 slashes. At that moment, everyone in the octagonal tower from the 1st to the 9th floor was petrified. It was as if bolts of lightning had struck their heads. He killed the 9 Revolution Marshal Saint of the Jade Lake like slaughtering pigs and dogs. He had even killed the Jade Lake Holy Master with 2 slashes. Everyone felt their minds rumble, and a terrifying thought appeared in their minds at the same time. An Emperor's Throne powerhouse. This Yi Chun was an Emperor's Throne powerhouse. Even Daoist Zephyr Thunder, Gulin, and the rest were shocked when they thought to this point. They did not dare to mention revenge anymore, and left on their streaks of light. End of this chapter.